Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Today is the 12th of January. It's a regular meeting. Before we begin, I guess now that I've called it to order, I'm going to ask the folks who are on Zoom, please make sure that you're muted. If and when you want to give testimony, I would ask that you unmute yourself, identify yourself, and then speak clearly and slowly so we can all understand your comments. Of course, the meeting is being recorded. We want to make sure that we have a nice record. All righty. So with that, let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, one and all. I will say for the purpose of this evening's meeting, we pretty much have a full contingency. We do have Nikki Zabinski here, who is an alternate. Some of our alternates are on Zoom, but because she has been seated through the meeting and been part of the discussion on the way on some of the subjects, I'll ask her to continue this evening, okay? And she will be seated for a vacancy, which was held by Scott Ham. All righty, approval of the minutes. The first one we have up is November 17th, 2022. Did everyone have a chance to review the minutes? Are there any corrections, additions, or do we have a good green light on this?
Make a motion to approve the November 17th.
We have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigmont. For the discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So okay. Discussion for the minutes on December 1st, 2022. Do we have a chance to review it? And do we have any corrections? Motions.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of December 1st.
Okay, motion to approve by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigmont again. Okay, for the discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. Moving on to scheduling public hearings. We have a special permit site plan application for Joseph F. Casio for an indoor virtual golf complex. Wow, at 586 Deming Road. The suggested date is February 16th, 2023.
There was correspondence in our package from Jim Horrible suggesting that scheduling the hearing is premature because they have to go to wetlands.
Okay, so
I will make a motion to decline to schedule
okay,
a public hearing so that they can go to wetlands.
excellent, Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Thank you, Ms. Zabinski. Further discussion on that, then all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. Next up, special permit, site plan amendment application for Anthony Valenti, member Newport Realty Group LLC for site plan modification of a mixed-use development within the Kensington Overlay Zone, known as the KO, 9/10/55 Steel Boulevard. And of course, the public hearing date is going to be determined on this. Do you have anything to add, Dylan?
Yes, so the applicant also submitted a text amendment to go along with the site plan and special permit application because they're all together. So we were waiting to put a suggested hearing date on the agenda until we received that application. We received that application today, and it was sent out to the regional council. And so we can, I believe the applicant is preferring the hearing be scheduled for the February 16th meeting, but it's your call.
Would we be safer to wait to the meeting following that?
So the regional council has 30 days, or CROG has 30 days to review the text amendment. So I guess 30 days.
It gives them 30 days, and then a couple extras to the 16th.
Yeah. So you,
16th works.
so 16th works.
Okay. I'll make a motion to schedule a public hearing for February 16th.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigmont again. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. We're going to move into public hearing now. All right. Do you have a call to read? Okay.
Town of Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission notice of public hearings. The Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission will hold public hearings at its special meeting on Thursday, January 12th, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the Town Council Chambers, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Kennington Road, Berlin, Connecticut. Interested parties may join the meeting and participate in the public hearing in person or remotely as provided below. A, special permit use application of Linda, and I apologize if I get this wrong, Sukiya-san for an accessory dwelling unit at 5 Huckleberry Lane in the R15 zone. B, proposed amendment, George Keach, VMD to Berlin zoning regulations to amend section 6B2I of the Berlin zoning regulations, veterinary offices without kenneling for the purpose of board. C, special permit / site plan amendment of George Keach, VMD for veterinary office at 224 Berlin Turnpike, Unit 3 in the Berlin BTD/B zone. The applications and related meeting materials are available at the Planning and Zoning Department, Berlin Town Hall, 240 Kennington Road, Berlin, Connecticut. Dated this 27th day of December, 2022 at Berlin, Connecticut. Brian Rogan, Secretary, Planning and Zoning Commission. New Britain Herald, legal notices / classified advertising, dates of publication, Saturday, December 31st, 2022, and Monday, January 9th, 2023.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, moving into the public hearings. The first item is the site plan application of H2O Farm Berlin LLC for the construction of 2 greenhouses at 2107 Chamberlain Highway. This was opened December 1st of 2022, continued on to 12/15 of 2022, and here we are today. Oh, welcoming Jennifer Coppola, our attorney. For those of you, while she gets settled in, Dylan is our assistant town planner. There was an emergency with Maureen, so he has been gracious and is sitting in for her this evening. And do you want to take a minute to get set up? No, you want us to continue? Okay, we're still in the public hearing, but last time I spoke with you folks, I pretty much advised that we've listened to a lot of testimony from the public. We've taken a lot of written testimony as well, and that we kind of reserved this time, this portion of the public hearing, for us to ask our questions as commissioners, so that we can, have the information available to us so we can make a good decision. Okay. So with that being said, I think we have, do we have the applicant online or?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, oh, okay.
He's minimized.
Oh, he's.
I'm
minimized. He commented that you're minimized. I
am here.
That's different. Okay. All right, so this is our time to sort of, we've taken in everything, we've considered a lot, and do we have anyone who would like to step in or whatever and start off our questioning? The community, Mr. Zigman is asking about the communications that we received this afternoon. Okay.
I know that one of them did indicate from a member of the public that it be read.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
All right, you want to go ahead, Brian? We'll move forward.
Town of Berlin, Planning and Zoning, 240 Kennington Road, Berlin, Connecticut, 06037. Regarding proposed lettuce factory on 2107 Chamberlain Highway. We have new comments after attending the Planning and Zoning meeting on December 15th, 2022. Living here for the past 33 years, we have learned a lot about this area. The reason for the area being zoned office/laboratory, which is now POD zone, was to preserve the area from development, knowing that it would be too costly for any developer to bring city water and sewer in for commercial use. Now that there is a proposed lettuce factory that will adversely affect this area permanently, the P&Z Commission has made a text amendment that will bring little financial benefit for the town and destroy the area that should be preserved for farmland or open space. We know the town can do better, and the residents of Berlin deserve better. We are having a hard time understanding how we ever got to this point to begin with. Since the previous public hearings, all kinds of opposition have been discussed, from restoring the natural beauty to protecting the aquifer, with the city of Meriden being the main opposition due to their well, which is why now no one seems to care about the aquifer. And Meriden is silent on this matter. Just because it does not meet the technical definition of a public aquifer does not mean that it does not exist. The town of Berlin should do their due diligence and have a study commissioned to see exactly how important this aquifer is to this area and what potential impact would be to the surrounding residents' wells. With fresh, clean water being such an important issue, we need to be positive this precious natural resource is not destroyed for now and the future. We want to be another statistics in the future when all our wells are contaminated, the residents are left with worthless property. The town has massive lawsuits, and the business that created the problem goes bankrupt and walks away. We believe the potential for an environmental disaster is real, and we deserve to be protected by our town officials. Please keep in mind there is no reason for this facility to be built on this property, since it could be built on top of a vacant parking lot or any type of vacant land. Why should we allow prime farmland to be covered up? Please understand our concern. Every time this issue has come up in the past, we have been told the aquifer needs to be protected. We respectfully ask Planning and Zoning Commission to protect the land and citizens of Berlin. Respectfully yours, Richard Solik, 95 Apple Lane, and Joyce Solik, 95 Apple Lane, dated 1/12/23.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, so we have that read into record. And, all right, okay, you want to start? Okay, please. No, I'm going to have less questions for the applicant, but the first question I have actually is for Chris Edge.
Yes.
In reviewing the information, the plan of conservation and development for this application, and then considering the text amendment that was passed and the correspondence that was submitted to the commission from the Economic Development Commission, I see conflicts. The plan of conservation and development on page 332 says that with respect to agriculture, expenses from all these operations flow through the community and stimulate the local economy, leading the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities to place the agricultural industry as a primary growth area with niche potential for many of Connecticut's towns. And then when we considered the text amendment proposal, we heard testimony from you that was speaking in favor of the text amendment for the business potential and the job growth that this would bring. And then we received the letter from the Economic Development Commission unanimously opposing the application for the very same reasons. So I'm wondering if you can maybe offer some clarification to the commission in these areas. I know that agriculture probably will have fewer demands for services than, say, a residential development. So from an economic perspective for the town, it's less expensive to maintain, but I would like for you to address some of the conflict.
Sure. Initially, when they had come to us with the text amendment itself, I believe what was envisioned from the Economic Development Commission was different than what came to us. I believe that the size and scope of it, and I don't remember the exact terminology, but as large as it was, I think they were not in favor of it when the project itself came. I think the concept itself was good to use it for agriculture. I think when we look at the grand scheme of it and what it was going to do, the truck traffic and the like, I think they were not in favor of it at that point. Initially, when I had come to it, the text amendment, it seemed like it could have great potential for the community to grow upon our agricultural heritage. I think what was brought before us, at least from my commissioner's comments, is what they were talking about initially and what they saw on the plan seemed to be very different, and they saw more of a negative connotation to it, which is why I think they came up with those recommendations on the negative side of it. I was somewhat taken aback. I thought it would have been a little more back and forth discussion with the commission, but they did come with the different items that they had mentioned on there of their concerns, which is why, again, I had expressed them to you in that in that manner. I've always been a fan of job growth and economic development and taxes, which is why I was really behind the tax amendment itself on the personal side. But again, I take my lead from the commission, and that's kind of the direction they went. So I'm taking the lead at this point with what they had put forward. But again, happy to answer any questions. But that's really, I think, what the main difference was between the initial tax amendment and then when the proposal for the actual buildings and scope of it and size came in.
Thank you. And I'm certain I'm going to have lots of questions, like I said, for the applicant, but one question that comes to mind for me immediately is I would like clarification on the reason why the structures need to be the height that they are. The application shows benches and for the growth of the lettuce plants, and initially when we were learning of this application, I was sort of envisioning towers of plant growth, because I know hydroponics sometimes are grown that way. But with the benches as your growth method, why is it that the structures need to be so high?
What you have to decide because of circulation.
You're gonna have to use the microphone with your name and address or association.
My name is Chaim Tobi. I'm the manager of the Guilford facility.
Mhm.
The question, to answer the question, the height is not, we reduce the height, it's supposed to be. The way the growing that you see is a very small, not greenhouse facility to grow for homegrown or maybe small community grown. It's not for size and growing. It's different. It's not for the amount of growing that we're trying to do. There is many ways to grow at one. When we do commercial or big scale, you need to utilize the space. Now, think about towers that people have to stand and walk around with. It's not system, how the system works. And we showed you the videos that shows how the system works. That pretty much the rows that we have on the towers, 80 feet away from lengthwise, and there's two people working on each end to harvest and plant. So we cannot bring like 20 towers. That will not even, we need like 200-300 towers to accommodate the same amount that we do in the towers.
So why then is the greenhouse 30 feet in height?
It's not 30, it's going to be less, a little bit, but because we need air circulation, okay, and we need heating as well. So you can't put it too low; it's just going to burn lettuce. So you need curtains and the curtains is to consume the heat and to avoid too much of the UV. So we're using the thermic curtain as well. So there's a few layers, and we're trying to do, less height is better for us for consumption of energy.
Sure.
So this is the least amount that we can do. Normally we have some facilities we have around the world are 35 and 40 feet, and we went under 30 feet.
I just want to ask a quick question, because Mr. Edge had touched on it, and I think also you, Diane. But thinking about greenhouses, we're looking at a greenhouse, one greenhouse basically covering 5 acres of land.
A little less, 4.
Yeah.
2.
I guess sort of to dovetail, why do we need a greenhouse that big? I mean, I'm just, I can't even fathom 5 acres covered with one building.
Because we need this amount. We need to grow commercially. We can't do small ones. Right now, we're struggling, not struggling. We have good problems that we're operating in less than 2 acres in Guilford, and we cannot supply the demand. And we hope.
Okay, somebody was not muted. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
the business have to grow and we cannot continue this way. We cannot supply enough demand and there is a lot of demand locally, so.
Yeah.
You need to move to a different scale in order to become a player in the market.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Tim, did you want to?
Yeah,
jump in on
just a
something?
little bit on this
Okay.
this subject that was brought up. I remembered originally with the text amendment, we were discussing this height. And I think it was originally 35 feet or something like that. And then, and text amendment time, it went down to 24 feet. What is, you said it's less than 30 feet. What is the actual height? Because and if it was said 24, is that meaning then why can't we do 24?
No,
Which 24 is nothing more than a 2-story building, basically.
it was not 24 to 28,
Okay.
and that's where we're at.
So we're at 28 now. Okay.
We reduced it from 35 to 28.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Nikki.
What made you decide to choose Berlin? Why Berlin? Why that space?
Well, it wasn't just aiming into Berlin. We tried many places. We wanted to be in a location that is centrally in Connecticut, that's close to highway, and it's not only that, it's to have access to energy. And there's a lot of components when you choose the site. It's not we can see an open space. If we don't have energy coming in, anything like that, we can do it. So
I have another one more. Go right ahead. So I'm looking at the planning and zoning, the staff comments for the site plan for H2O farm. And the Board of Police Commissioner says that they're not, and that's in bold and underlined, they're not comfortable with the truck flow, the feeder traffic requires further study. What are your thoughts on that? Have you addressed it? Have you touched back with them on that?
of course.
So we have, so let me answer that one, Chaim. And I apologize to the commissioners. I can't see you apparently online. So if you have a question for me, just while I'm speaking, just interrupt me.
Okay.
And I apologize for not being able to be there tonight. I have to bring my kids back to college this week.
Fred, Jennifer Capola, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you please turn your volume all the way up on your device? And Dylan, could you just double check on our end, because he's a little soft. Just want to make sure he's being picked up for recording purposes. Thank you.
Okay. Is that better? Jennifer, is that better?
It's about the same, so maybe just raise your voice some, Brad, please.
I will try my best. So first of all, the police commission frankly doesn't have jurisdiction over traffic. They have jurisdiction over the police department. So I'm not quite sure where that comment came from. But when we did receive that comment, I did reach out to the police chief and asked if he had any clarification that he wanted, or is there anything that we could do to help clarify the situation? And I have not heard back from the police chief after I did do that outreach to him. In addition to that, there is going to be a traffic study that's done by the state because it is a state highway. And that's done after the commission approves the site plan. So there is going to be a traffic study done. There was a traffic study that we've submitted, and the state will review that.
Okay.
I think Mr. Daly also wanted to comment.
Yes, for the record, Tom Daly with SLR. While the police commission, I believe if you look in your packet, the police chief said he had no comments. So look deeper into your packet on that. I believe when we got staff review comments there. So as Brad has indicated, this project will have to go to OSTA, so Office of Straight Traffic Administration. based upon its location to a state highway and the size of the building. Anything over 100,000 square feet in the state of Connecticut has to go to OSTA. So this will have a higher level review from the state agency. But yes, the staff comments I've seen saw that it said that police chief had no comments in our earlier comments. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Jorsey.
So-
Oh, wait, Jennifer.
Just
Sorry.
because I don't have the packet, this is just for clarification, because the police commission is your traffic authority. So where did those comments come from? Not from the chief? Can I just look? 'Cause I listened to that announcement.
Original one was no comment.
Yeah, I think
do
that was
remember
just the
that.
original though.
And I don't know who made that comment now. Who made that comment
Well,
now?
the question is whether or not it was made in a meeting by the commission or in what context it was made. Yeah, and we could probably take a look at that, because the minutes should be online, so.
I did look at the minutes online and I saw no evidence of a discussion.
You didn't, okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Jorsey.
Just for clarification on the same topic, the letter that we received this afternoon from Attorney Von Schein includes proposed conditions. The first one of which mentions having early truck arrivals wait to approach the farm at the closest highway exits and in safe locations until the farm is open for product pickups. Can anybody offer clarification on that? Because to me, it sounds like you're pushing a headache off onto somebody else.
Well, okay, thanks for asking that question. First of all, I don't think that's not, certainly not our intent. There are places where trucks can park if they show up early somewhere. That is a commercial parking lot, Walmarts, things like that, where they can park and wait. The idea being here that where you want to be responsive to the neighbors, and they were concerned about trucks showing up, early. Even some are even concerned about trucks showing up overnight. We don't get trucks coming into the property until typically 10 a.m. We're proposing nothing before 8 a.m. And certainly we don't want the trucks, if they do show up early, idling on on the Chamberlain Highway, and being a nuisance to anyone. So that's why we were proposing that the trucks have to stay away from the property in a safe location. So it's not that they're going to be a burden to somebody else, is that they would have to find a place that's fairly typical for trucks to find to stay if they show up early. And we don't think this is going to be an issue, but if it is, and it's something that's a real concern, we're more than willing to have that be a condition of the approval. One of the things that was clarified to me was that if that is a condition of approval, that we would ask that at the closest highway exit be deleted, just because that might not be allowed, but certainly it should be that they have to wait in a safe location until the farm is open for the product pickups, which wouldn't be until 8 a.m. or later.
I find that response to be particularly vague because with consideration to the location, the closest highway exit would be in the town of Meriden, possibly parking in the Meriden Square parking lot or the Target parking lot. I envision this becoming trucks parking along Chamberlain Highway somewhere other than your property. And so that is a concern to me because we're going to see trucks pulled off the side of the road and they're going to say that it's safe.
Well, that's why I added at the end of that sentence, at the end of that condition, that we would not allow parking on Chamberlain Highway.
But you don't control that.
But the
Well,
expectation is in Southington, there's a truck stop. So if you're coming up 84, they would wait at Southington. On 91, there's a truck stop on both the north and the southbound. If you go by there any night, there's trucks idling there and waiting. So if there's a truck coming from out of state, you're right. We're only getting 2 trucks a day. So it's not like it's a large distribution center where there's, 85 trucks trying to get in. The expectation, if somebody's coming out of state and they're coming south on 91, they're going to stop up and going from, I think it's either Cromwell area to here, that's a short jaunt. So same thing, Southington. If you go along Southington and you come up 84, trucks are all waiting. When I come by on work, they're all waiting there because they know they can't arrive at their location too early. So they settle in there, they stay overnight, and then when the clock gets 8, they roll out. So it's a common theme. And luckily, state of Connecticut has the locations around state, but drive by anywhere along 91 right now, that truck stop, it'll be packed tonight because it's the same thing. People are waiting because they cannot arrive at some distribution center in Hartford at night overnight. So I think these truckers are well versed with that concept of thing. The expectation is no, they can't use, and most of these shopping centers don't allow trucks to be pulling up at night and like sleeping in them. So I think that's why the state of Connecticut has allowed these truck stops to be, both 84 and 91. And luckily, the nice thing about Berlin, those are quick, 15-minute drive from Southington to here, or Berlin or Cromwell to here, so they can be close. And it's really these out-of-state folks who are maybe coming from a far distance. You're right, they show up, they sometimes with traffic, you can't predict when you're going to come here. They would stay in those locations, and H2O would coordinate with those truckers and say, hey, if you're coming here, just give you a heads up. There's a place on 91, there's a place on 84. You got to stay there. You can't show up at our place until 8 o'clock. But with only 2 trucks a day, that's easily managed, as opposed to sometimes like, the Amazon or some of these big distribution sites, they're rolling out 60, 70 trucks in the morning. That's a totally different conversation. So that's the expectation that these truckers know their business, and that's how they'll do it.
Now, in the same line item, in the same letter, truck pickups and deliveries limited from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Is that Monday through Friday? Is that 7 days a week? What is that?
Monday through Friday.
So no weekends traffic.
There's no weekends.
Yes, Tim.
I think this letter that the attorney submitted
Mhm.
today, or when we got this January 10th, it has some concessions in it that I think are very important to this application. I would like to see if the attorney can read this as easy as he can, the bullet fast as he can, to what the concessions that they agreed to into this letter, and put that into record, because there is some questions like the trucks that I see other questions that we may have. So as he goes through certain items, that we can bring those topics up.
Yeah, I have not had a chance to review that letter at all.
There's some concessions in here that I think are good, and I may have questions about too. So I think that's something that addresses some of the problems. And
I'd be happy to do that. Would you like me to? I can't see you, so I don't know if you're nodding
Yeah.
or anything.
Should we have him proceed? Okay, yes, please.
Okay, and I think what's important too is as I go through them, a lot of them relate back to issues that we talk about in the letter. So I might refer back to some of those issues as to why we're proposing these concessions. Obviously, we talked about the truck pickups and deliveries. This was always something we were willing to do. We were speaking with the neighbors, and they were talking to us about not only just the pickup and delivery, but the fact that they were concerned about the idling or trucks parking near the property. So that was that particular issue. If you look at number 2, there are Connecticut state laws against truck idling. We will post no idling signs at the loading dock and rigidly enforce those regulations. There are signs that specifically point to Connecticut regulations that we can put up, and that's something that certainly we'll put on the property. The water testing. So what we list is that we'll provide independent water testing results to the Central Connecticut Health District. Where this comes from is that we heard concerns by both the commission and by neighbors about, basically what's in this water, and what happens if the water, if something catastrophic happens and the water goes into the land. And so in order to address that, the first thing that we talk about in the letter is that we independently get an independent testing of our water on a fairly regular basis. The water's tested for E. coli because we're required to do that and make sure that there's no E. coli going into lettuce. I'm sure many of you heard about issues that they've been having out in California with E. coli in lettuce. Certainly we want to avoid that. So we get our water tested on a very regular basis for E. coli. We also get the water independently tested for the nutrients that are in the water, because the lettuce is a very tender vegetable. If you have too little nutrients, it's not going to grow well. If you have too much, it's going to burn the lettuce and it's going to kill it. So you have to have just enough, right? It's like Goldilocks thing, right? And when you look at the testing that's done of the water and the nutrients, it shows that there's only 70 parts per million of fertilizer in the water. Well, we had the folks from SLR do some math, and if you take 70 parts per million and you multiply that out into the 50,000 gallons of water that we're going to have on site, it ends up being the equivalent of 2.5 bags of Scott's fertilizer across the entire site. So to give you some perspective on that, most homeowners will use 4 bags of fertilizer for 1 acre, okay? Or 3 bags, I'm sorry, 3 bags of fertilizer for 1 acre. And we're using 2.5 bags of fertilizer at any one time across what's now going to be, what is a 20-acre site across our about 8.5 to 9 acres of growing. So that's all this fertilizer that would ever be on in the tubs at any one time. So a very small amount when you compare it to other uses. In fact, someone had made the comment that we should build houses on this property instead of having a greenhouse. I think that was in one of the public hearings. If you think about that and you build houses on this property, you would use 200 to 300 bags of fertilizer a year to grow grass. And we're using 2.5 bags in the tubs. They never touch the ground, right? Unless there was a catastrophic collapse, you would never have any water go into the ground. And then on top of that, our tubs it's not one big tub. There'd be 32 tubs. That's how it's built. There's 32 separate tubs. And so each tub only has 1,200 gallons. So the amount of fertilizer that would ever go into the groundwater is minimal if you ever had a problem. In fact, we submitted 2 letters in addition to our letter, one from the Yukon College of Agriculture and one from the Connecticut Agriculture Experiment Station, which is the oldest experiment station in the country. Both of them talk about how safe hydroponic farming is and how little risk there is to the groundwater. So those are really important letters that we submitted along with our letter. And I encourage all of you to read those letters and see the point of view of the fact that there really is no threat to the groundwater. Okay, I don't know if there's any questions about just that issue on testing and the groundwater and the fertilizer before I move on to the next. I know that's a big issue, right? I understand that's a big issue for you guys, and you know it's an issue that's really not an issue. I mean, I understand that it's hard to imagine that you can grow that much lettuce with that little fertilizer, but that's really the advantage of hydroponic farming. That's why hydroponic farming works.
Oh, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Miller.
I'd like to address one thing. I know you say it's never going to happen and you have no concerns or worries about spills or anything, and the amount of fertilizer that you have going in here. One thing I've learned in my life is you never say never. And in any of your documents, I see no plan for an emergency if something should happen. And
Well, let me.
don't know why you don't even prepare for it, because that's the best thing you should do. Is emergency preparedness is what we learn.
So let me address that. What your concern is that the tubs have to collapse, all 32, and that water has to go into the groundwater. And what would happen if that happens? You're talking about 2.5 bags of fertilizer. That's not an emergency. That's not something that needs to be mitigated against. If you read the letter from UConn and you read the letter from the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, you don't need to mitigate that, because the risk, even if it happens, there is no risk to the public. There's a bigger risk to the public now with that property being used for agriculture than it is for us to be using it for hydroponic farming, because there's so little fertilizer that would ever go into the ground. If all of what you're talking about, if all of your concerns happen, there's no concern. So you're saying, why don't you have a response plan to something that is not an emergency?
Okay. What happens if you have a leak or something like that? And even though you say it's a minute amount of fertilizer, what do? Just let it run until somebody gets
Nope.
called and they come down and turn it off?
No, so here's,
No plan for anything that might go wrong.
so I appreciate, no, well, that's not true. So that's
Fact, when I talk, I really don't like being smirked at.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
When
I
I
can't see you.
speak and ask
That's
a
all right.
question, I do not like being smirked at. And I'm being smirked at. And somebody shaking their head and smiling and putting their head down. My comments and my questions are just as important as anybody else's in this room. And I would like your respect.
Are you talking to me?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I can't see, so that's why I'm asking.
No, that's okay. And Ms. Miller, you're absolutely right. We do have to respect each other and our opinions, whether you're for or against this. This is our time to ask questions, to get the information that we need to make a decision. Okay, any follow-up questions on that, Andra? No? Okay.
Well, can I answer that comment, because I want to make sure that that's answered.
Okay, yes, please.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. So okay, let me address that, because that is a different issue than a collapse of the tubs or something like that. So on the potential of leakage, okay, we also have, and you'll see in number 4 of our conditions, and I think it may be further down. No, I think it's just number 4 that we have it right now. But first of all, I want to explain that the way these tubs are built, they're built with a liner in them, and it's a pretty thick plastic liner, because we don't want leaks. And again, it's also explained in the letters that from UConn and from the experimental station. because this is such a highly controlled environment, leakage is actually a very bad thing for us, because if the water's leaking out, then the density of the nutrients and everything else gets all off kilter. So we need a completely closed system in order to regulate what we're doing. So we're monitoring all the time the height of the water, making sure to make sure there's no leaks. So actually, the systems we have will detect the leak as soon as it happens, because we need to actually fix it if there is a leak. That's first. But let's go on to the second piece, which is what another piece you're asking, which is, well, what happens if that fails, right? What's your failover? What's your second piece? Well, we said, well, you know what we could do? We can put water sensors under the tubs, so that if there's water detected from the tubs, the sensors will go off and alert people. And we put that in as a condition as well. So we heard your concerns. I think this was actually raised at the last hearing, and you know, we wanted to address that concern. So that's so the first thing is that we already monitor that, and in fact, as a closed system, we can't have leakage. But secondly, if there was a leak, that sensor would find it, and we would be, and it's not just one sensor. We put in a number of sensors to make sure that that the water is detected. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, yes, I think she's satisfied. Nikki, did you have a follow?
I kind of do.
Yep.
So there's a couple of things. My first question is, I know you said you were going to have testing of the water. And from that testing, I assume you're going to have reports from that. So are you going to make those reports available to the public? Can they go online? As if somebody were to go online for, say, like if they're buying CD or something like that, where you could see third-party lab reports. Are you going to have people be able to go online to look at these reports? That's my first question. And then I have a quick follow-up after that.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So the answer to that is that's not our plan. Our plan was that those reports would be submitted to the Connecticut Health Department. I forget the exact name of it. The Central Connecticut Health District. There'd actually be two or three different reports. One would be, because we do two reports. The E. coli report is separate from the nutrient report. So we would submit to the health district the E. coli report, the nutrient report, and the testing of our own well that we would do. And we would submit those to the health district. That was the plan that we have. I think the reason for it, and I would have to, I'm not with Chaim, so I can't talk to him directly because he's at the hearing and I'm not. But I think the reason why they don't want to make those public is because the formula, for lack of a better word, right, that they use is proprietary. And so they're not going to want that information to be out in the public. But certainly we would be more than willing to submit it to the Berlin Water Department, but we want, the where we have to submit the well anyway is the Connecticut Health District, the Central Connecticut Health District. So that's the reason for that.
Right, but I've seen lab reports, detailed lab reports from different products that don't give away proprietary formulas. I mean, if something were to go wrong and the people living up and down the Chamberlain would need to know about it, or they're curious because you have concerned citizens that are probably going to want to check up on everything. They should be able to know whether everything is running smoothly, which leads to my other question. If you have those water sensors and you don't have anybody at that greenhouse overnight, how long is it going to take somebody to get there while this water is like leaking out? How long?
Well, okay. So okay, let me answer the first question first, and then I'll go on to the second question. For the first question, remember, we're going to have our own well on the site, okay? And we're going to be testing that well at least once a year, if not more often than that. If there is an issue on the property, it's going to show up in our well first, because we're going to be the closest well. So that's that's first. I think that's a really important thing to remember. And certainly the Central Connecticut Health District will point that out to us and create issues for us, right? If we submit a quote unquote dirty report from the well. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's so important for us to do our own testing in order to set, because that's going to be where you're going to see it first, is in our own well. Secondly, I think the other question was how long it will take us to respond to the sensors. So these sensors that you put in these days, they're all Wi-Fi capable, Wi-Fi connected. So you get an alert on your phone if the water's detected. Now remember, even if you have so just remember, let's go back to what we said before. Even a catastrophic failure of the tubs is not an emergency. So a leak is certainly not going to be an emergency. So even if it takes Chaim, who lives in Guilford, 45 minutes to drive from Guilford up to Berlin to make sure that the leak has frankly, it would have a bucket under it, and make sure that it's not going into the ground. That's really what you're talking about. You're not talking about something that's going to go undetected for days and days and days, because not only that, but our own systems will detect it as well. So it's not that this thing is going to be done. And by the way, a leak that would happen, like I said before, is bad for our closed system, right? So we have to fix it. It can cause very high, not very high, but it can cause higher concentrations of the fertilizer because you have less water, not because you have more fertilizer. And the higher concentration of fertilizer will kill the plant. So we have to be monitoring it all the time anyway.
Okay. Okay, go right ahead, Mr. Dorsey.
I just would ask for you to clarify some of your comments with respect to the comparison that you're making to the fertilizer in your mix compared to typical homeowner fertilizers, because fertilizers are based on a guaranteed analysis. The fertilizers that you're using are likely to have a higher guaranteed analysis of nitrogen than a homeowner fertilizer that's going to be half filler. So to represent that homeowners are going to be applying 200 pounds versus the 50 pounds really boils down to the concentration of the nutrient that you're applying. And so I think the way that it's being presented to the average person that may not understand those things may read it differently than I do, because I know the difference, and I think that it's misrepresented in the way you're presenting it.
Well, let me ask, is Scott Bristol there at the hearing?
Yes, he is.
Scott, can you address that? Because I know you addressed that with me.
Yeah, Scott Bristol with SLR. The water testing that we have from the Guilford facility, the actual concentration of nitrogen in the irrigation water is set. It's 70 parts per million, 70 parts per million. So 70 over 1 million. It's 0.007%, give or take. Scott's turf builder fertilizer is 32% nitrogen. That's 320,000 parts per million. So 320,000 parts per million versus 70 parts per million. So that's where the math comes into play.
Tim.
Yes, I'm almost to the spot one of the spots that I want to address is the regulatory oversight. And with DEP, you have bold letters here. We have never been cited for any violations of the agencies. I understand that there has been DEP concerns on the Guilford site that DEP is addressing not too long ago. And I was wondering if you would like to elaborate on what's with DEP right now.
Yes, there was something, I believe, over 2 or 3 years ago, and there was suspicion of using some kind of a chemical that we don't use. They did some testing and it was negative.
So it's DEP's investigation into it as complete.
Yeah, somebody complained, I don't know, it was, somebody did his own study.
I know there was a complaint made in DEP.
Exactly. And they
And,
came over, they took samples, they did testing, there was nothing found.
Okay.
Go ahead, Diane.
I have a copy of the notice of violation issued by the Department of Agriculture based on sampling collected of samples, sampling collected of lettuce with violative residues of pesticide. These were typical samples, not based on a complaint. It appears that it was based on routine inspections. And I'll submit a copy for the record. The testimony that's offered is misleading because there is a violation. There is.
They tested again and there was nothing. That's all I know. They came over, they came and tested everything. Just was on on one red leaf lettuce. And that's all it is, and nothing came back.
Yes, Ms. Daly. I'm on. It's a little. Oops. It's lit up at the base.
I wouldn't see a copy of what was provided is like what.
Oh, okay, so, Ms. Daly is, microphone isn't working, but she wanted to know if there was a way for the applicant to receive a copy of the violation. I would assume that they would have had one from the state, but I'm sure that that's allowable.
We can make a copy.
Okay. All right. Any other questions before I go in? Are you gonna try to use that one, see if it works? Give it a test, just so that, you know, cuckoo or 1, 2, 3.
It works, thank you.
Okay, that's just one. All right, I have a question, I'm not sure who can answer it. We talk about this hydroponics, and I know that there's a lot of material that we received sort of describing the process. But from what I gather, it's a process that's relatively safe. It's one of those things where, you know, you have the plants, and the plants are in a special soil. The little seedlings grow up, then they're given a little bath on the roots, they're stuck in a little tub, they're happy, they float around, the water's circulating. Am I giving a good picture? Okay. And then what happens is that over time or whatever, if the water level drops, then this whole thing comes up. And in other words, water is brought in so that the water levels, the nutrient levels, everything is kumbaya, everything's, you know, wonderful in the world of these little plants bobbing around the tub. Am I right? So far, so good. I know it's not very, I'm not a scientist, but I'm just, you know, I'm putting it together in my little blonde mind, and I'm thinking, oh, this is, you know, I got this picture, you know, going along. Now, I guess here's where I get to the question. Is that, and I'll even go a little further before I get to that, is that, and it's the kind of growing that can basically be done anywhere. I mean, what they're saying is that given the environment, given the science of the hydroponics, giving the tubs, the water, the mix, the magic juice and the plants and a road to get it trucked out. I mean, really, you don't need farmland for that. You don't. What you need is just space. I mean, you could go to the middle of a city and take over an old factory and redesign the roofing or whatever and have a hydroponic farm in there, because it has nothing to do with the soil. Am I right? It has everything to do with the water and the nutrients that you're putting into it.
Except, I guess the answer to that is if you have, there is technology that can grow lettuce in warehouses. Certainly. Inside. But that's not H2O Farms technology. Those types of growing require artificial lighting. They require the other types of growing technology that that this company doesn't use. They actually pride themselves on the fact that they don't use artificial lighting, because I happen to know one of their investors, and he was surprised that they don't use artificial lighting, and that's a good thing for a lot of reasons. So so sure, I mean, certainly you can say, you know, you can go build this somewhere else, but that's not. But this company cannot go build this somewhere else. This company needs this type of land, needs this size of land, needs flat land, and needs the ability to build greenhouses like this.
Okay, then just to sort of dovetail on that, we have a document, a plan of conservation and development, and I took a look at it because I looked at the goals that we have for the town. Now, this document is currently being revamped or readapted to, you know, the next 10 years moving on. For those of you who don't know, the plan of conservation and development is sort of a guideline for the town. People write in their suggestions, what they like about Berlin, what they like to change about Berlin, what they support in Berlin, what they like to, they envision what Berlin should be. So for us, it's kind of a guideline. I mean, yes, we have the state regulations, but we also have the plan of conservation and development, also known to us as POCD. The last time we had the POCD adopted by the town was back in 2013. We're currently working on the revision now. However, some things don't change. And one of the things that was brought to light in our POCD back in 2013, I think it still stands today, is that they want to make sure that there's growth in Berlin, but they also want to make sure it's consistent with the characteristics of the town. And when it talks about, it's page 2.3, so I guess it's chapter 2, page 3 of that. It talks about different steps to watch for, and one of them is to preserve and protect the natural resources, unique topography features, and scenic beauty intrinsic to Berlin. These include the trap rock ridges, open meadows and fields, woodlands and forests, wildlife habitat, refuges, and corridors, including that of rare and endangered species of flora and fauna, wetlands, and water courses, and the scenic vistas within several parts of the town. Goes further to say, protect lands identified as intrinsic to public health and safety, including surface and subwater sources used by Berlin and adjacent towns. These include areas upland of the wetlands and water courseways, aquifer recharge centers, drainage areas, and current and proposed well fields, water company lands, and implicitly critical parts of the Mattabesett watershed. Later on, it talks about preserving and protecting key features of Berlin's cultural landscape. And it talks about the examples featured with cultural importance include historic district, Parks Grove in East Berlin, historic industrial structures such as Main Street Complex by Paper Goods Pond, the train depot, the Berlin Fairgrounds, and remaining agricultural lands, even if not actively farmed, and the unique features of historic churches and parishes in Old Berlin. Talked about cemeteries and greens being preserved. It also emphasizes natural beauty, topography, of features of Berlin. And they note the South Kensington agricultural area, both sides of the Chamberlain Highway, south of High Road, including Bicentennial Park and Hatchery Brook Conservation Area. And they even note that the Hatchery Brook from South Kensington agricultural area to the town center should be protected. But these are things that sort of hit on, and the proposal of the site plan is to us, it's within that arena on South Kensington, the Chamberlain Highway. So with that being our instructions to be good, keepers of the property and this site plan, I'm finding it hard for a marriage between the two.
Okay.
I'm not against the hydroponics. I just question the placement of it and the size of it.
So if I can respond to that?
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry for the
So
battery.
I think let's first go back a little bit in time. When we came before the commission proposing the text amendment, that same concern was raised by the commission. And the original request for the text amendment was that we would be able to place the greenhouse within 75 feet of the road, that we would have much smaller buffers around the perimeter than we have today, and that we would be able to build the greenhouses up to 40 feet high. The concern that you just spoke about was raised by the commission. And in response to that, the text amendment was amended. The amendment to that text amendment changed the setback from 75 feet to 200 feet. It changed the setback in the rear of the lot to 75 feet and changed the setbacks around the two sides to 40 feet. And most importantly, lowered the height maximum of the greenhouse from 40 feet to 30 feet. All of those were done in response to the concern relating to the plan of conservation and development. The plan of conservation and development was as valid then as it is today. The plan that we have put before this commission complies to the letter of the text amendment. So the fact that there may be a concern today with the site plan and the POCD was addressed over a year ago. We're not asking for anything different. We're not asking to change what was approved by this commission. And so these concerns over the POCD have been addressed, and our site plan comports with all of those requirements in order to address the concerns of the views of the POCD. Now, I know Jeff Lightman is also, I think, in attendance. And I think he has a couple of other comments that he wants to make about the POCD as well.
Yeah, Nikki, before you, what? Okay,
I just have a quick comment.
okay.
It doesn't sit right with me that you sought to have that text amendment changed to begin with. For whatever reason, it just doesn't sit right with me. I mean, I know I'm the witness, so forgive me if I'm misspeaking, but is it common practice to approach boards to have text amendments changed? Is that something that's common?
That is done sometimes, yes.
Anyone
Okay.
can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And that's a great question. I appreciate you asking it, because I think that is something that is kind of I think a lot of folks don't know that process exists sometimes. But Jeff, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great.
My name is Jeff Lightman. I live 50 Dutton Street in Wallingford, Connecticut. And I'm a consultant to the H2O Farms. Many plans for conservation and development have conflicting components to them. And while I don't have the citation of the 2013 plan in front of me, there is a clear section in there that supports existing farming and new farming opportunities. So while one part of the plan for conservation and development talks about preserving certain kinds of view sheds or other things, another part suggests that we have a heritage of farming and we want to protect that. And by the way, hydroponic farming is farming. And in Connecticut, while we only produce 1% of the food that we consume, 21st century farming is the way to preserve long-term agriculture. You can't supply to wholesalers, whether they're peppers, tomatoes, lettuce. You can't get the contracts to do that if you're only growing 5 months a year. You really need to grow 12 months a year in a controlled environment where instead of one crop every 3 months or 4 months, you get the same crop 6 weeks or 7 weeks. So 21st century agriculture, if you ask the university, if you ask the State Department of Agriculture, is where we're headed. And if we're satisfied with getting our fruits and vegetables from Mexico, California, Canada, when we could be growing them locally, the reduction and the sustainability of under glass agriculture is so much better. And then we're not using fertilizer that gets blown around, that goes right into the soil. If you were to take that 20 acres and grow corn on there, the amount of fertilizer that you would need compared to the limited amount in a hydroponic environment. So we are talking about innovative agriculture, but to save, not I know we have a lot of dairy farms as part of our agricultural community in Connecticut, but if we're really gonna grow even 5% of the food we consume, given the market we're in between Boston and New York, we're gonna see a significant growth in under glass agriculture in Connecticut because it's in a perfect location. If you could solve the energy cost issues, you don't have the huge transportation issues, the carbon footprint issues. You're having lettuce driven from California to here. And the amount of diesel fuel you're using to deliver that and the quality of the product that you get from California these days is not as good as locally grown vegetables. So just to go back, there are different conflicts in every plan for conservation and development. And in this particular case, farming and new farming opportunities are a part of that same plan. And while the Economic Development Commission mentioned the view piece of the plan for conservation and development, they didn't mention the preservation of agriculture and the development of new farming opportunities. So that's just what I wanted to add.
Okay, thank you. Tim?
Yes, Joe.
Yeah.
Because this is a public, we received these letters cast. I would mention that these are different sources than the applicant and people that we've heard already, and I would like these letters to be read into the record. Because it's coming from the university, study from professor, PhD, UConn, and other sources that more information I can get on H2O growing, and it's a lot of questions about how safe and stuff it is. I think these letters are pretty, after reading them this evening, I think they're pretty specific what H2O farming sites, what they, what the UConn knows about the system.
Well,
And we just received them,
wanna
so
read them
it's
in
not,
order?
they're not in now yet,
well, yeah, we just received these late, so Jennifer,
So they are part of the record, and I did want to kind of get a sense, I've had the experience, and I know I've had the experience with this commission too, but with many of the planning agencies that I represent, to get things at the end of the public hearing. And I know that you do have to, close the public hearing tonight and decide the matter. And I called Attorney Monshine late in the day today, because I just had an opportunity to read the incoming letters myself today. And I said to him, that I thought I might recommend to you that the public hearing be closed, but, ask if the applicant would agree to give, because you have another meeting next week, give you until the 19th to act on the application because of the fact that you probably had not had an opportunity to read this because you were just getting physical copies tonight, And I wasn't particularly too concerned, there we called it the list of conditions or potential conditions of approval. You don't have your planner, and Dylan's your new assistant planner has been doing a great job. But I do anticipate that Marie Justin, your planner, is going to be back next week. She's not had an opportunity to look at this. She's been, obviously taking in all the information on this application up until this point. I think, I'd like to see her have an opportunity to review the letters and make any suggestions that she may have. She's your primary support as staff. So Attorney Monshine, what are your thoughts at this point with regard to that, just that procedural question before we move on to more substantive? I do, in terms of the direct question though, Mr. Zimmer, that you asked, I think the letter should be read into the record because I think you should close the public hearing tonight. And you want to give the public the opportunity to ask any questions that they have about those letters. So I do suggest they do that.
Yeah, so thanks, Attorney Capella. I do, yes, we did speak earlier today. And as we spoke, we are looking for at least the public hearing to be closed tonight. And then, if the commission needs an additional week to deliberate and think about the application, certainly, we would look forward to getting it finalized next week. And I understand there's a hearing. The hearing is on the 19th.
19th, a week from
Yeah.
today. And our assistant planner Dylan would like to share something.
I just do want to make a note in regards to extension days. You do have enough time for another extension to next week. The 65-day extension, I believe, would end around January 30th. So the last
Okay.
meeting you have to make a decision would be next week's meeting.
Okay, and everyone's on board with that. So Attorney Monshine, you're on board with that as well. obviously.
Correct.
Okay.
We can take information from staff outside of the public. hearing.
Yeah, but
Well, you
that's-
Recommendations, yeah.
you wouldn't take new information, so to speak. But I think that, she should have an opportunity to review again the suggested conditions of approval and see if she would recommend any tweaking with regard to that. And, on those types of things, we do generally try to work cooperatively with the applicant. And again, I don't know which direction you're going, certainly. Okay. And, I've offered to you before, if you want, potentially draft motions, happy to work with staff and do that. I always offer that. This has a lot of components to it. But, so it would be more, to see what she thinks, also give her the opportunity, she has an opportunity to go through the record again. And, if they've made certain statements within the record that would support adding additional, she hasn't done that. She hasn't had that opportunity. And I think, really she should be given.
Yeah, we should, unfortunately, she could not be with us this evening, and we miss her sorely, but, things happen, so we'll just have to.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know, do you want me to continue going through the conditions, or do you want to ask questions? It's up to you. You're the commissioners.
All right, well, we're still, I think, asking questions. Brian, did you have?
Okay.
something you want to comment on?
I was just going about the letters, those things I could read now or later, it doesn't matter.
All right, well, they should be,
Why don't we, if there are additional questions, again, those bullets that are in Attorney Monshine's letter, why don't we address those first, I think, and then move on to the others?
Okay.
Because, you're having a back and forth with them, I think that makes the most sense.
all righty. Okay, so we're going to continue with the bullet points then.
Oh, okay. So I think I was up to number 5, which is, so if the growing beds need to be drained, and again, the growing beds have never been drained in Guilford, but if they need to be drained for repair purposes, then we'll hire a licensed environmental contractor to dispose of the water in the growing beds. They won't just be, the water just won't be put into the ground. And talking with neighbors, we have in the site plan itself have added more screening along the southern border and at the rear border. And we've also spoken with neighbors recently and agreed that we would work with commission staff and get input from the neighbors on the final look and feel of that screening. It's hard to get a look and feel from renderings. So when the time comes to actually do it, we would work with commission staff and the neighbors to make sure that screening is acceptable. There was a question about the trash dumpster being located near the Fontanella's property. Again, on the southern border of the property. We would make sure that trash dumpster would not be there and would not have an impact on them or on the rear neighbors. One of the interesting concerns, which we actually hadn't thought about, and it was really good when we spoke to the neighbor about Apple Lane and making sure that when trucks do come to the property, they understand that Apple Lane is not our driveway. And so one of the things that we would agree to do is add additional fencing down the side, the southern side of the property to where the building would begin, to where the greenhouse would begin, so that it's clear that our property is on the other side of that fence. As and there was also a concern raised by the neighbors about dust control measures on site during the construction, and we'll certainly make sure we have a watering truck on site for dust control. We'll limit the hours of construction to minimize community inconvenience. We're not going to have the construction crews be there crazy hours in the morning and at night. We currently have, the way the system gets built, we have segregated rooms where so the fertilizer, when it comes into the facility, comes, there was a comment in the public comment about, big drums of fertilizer. That's not how fertilizer comes. It comes actually as a solid, as powder, and it's kept in the head house. And so the head house has a concrete floor. And so if and that's where it will be kept, that's where it will be mixed to be used in the beds. And then there's piping that goes into the beds from that. So, we'll put that even in as a condition, so that, if the fertilizer would ever, spill or anything like that, it's on that actually from that tub, it's on concrete. It's not, doesn't go into doesn't go into the ground. We have, I think Chaim talked about these energy efficient curtains that have to be put up in these greenhouses to maintain the system. One of the concerns that was raised by the neighbor was, well, we understand you're not going to have growing lights, but certainly, sometimes of the year, our workers will show up before it's light in the morning, and we're going to need to have pathway lighting in the greenhouse. And can we do anything about that? And we actually can. To address that, we'll make sure that those heat curtains come down until sunrise, so that they won't bother the pathway lighting. Even that won't bother anyone who live in the area. We have talked about this before. There's no exterior lighting at the site. There's only going to be a security light above the door to the head house, and that'll be on a sensor. That's required by code. We can't eliminate that. There was a concern by the neighbor, I think, to the north about glare and things like that being caused by the greenhouse and causing damage to the Christmas trees that are grown there. We use what's called an F-clean polycarbonate on the greenhouse, so that the greenhouse itself has the polycarbonate on it. And then there's this thing called F-clean, which is it's like a hard rubberized plastic that gets put on top of that. And that cuts down, it has no infrared property, so it doesn't allow glare. It actually enhances the absorption of the sun into the greenhouse. And so if there was ever glare, but obviously it's on the north side, there won't be glare, but if there was ever an issue with glare for any of the neighbors, the F-clean actually takes care of that. A couple of other things that came up when we were speaking to the neighbors. One was a concern about their grandchildren. Both the two neighbors who live right next to the property both have grandchildren that come visit, and we want to make sure that everyone is going to be safe. So, we're going to install speed limit signs on our property to make sure people aren't speeding. Even obviously they shouldn't. There's probably not enough room, but even if they were, we put up 5-mile-an-hour speed limit signs. We also agreed that we'll install a children that play sign on our property to alert anyone who's coming into the property to be careful. And while we don't expect to have any outside storage, if we did have any minimal outside storage, we'd also make sure that storage we placed on the property that would not have an impact on the neighbors. So those are the concerns that we have heard and that we're really trying to address, both by the neighbors and by you, the commission.
Okay, thank you very much. Commission, yes, Tim.
Yes, on the design of the building, all I've seen is a front view of the building, basically maybe coming from the south to the north. And that barn-like construction that you showed, red and white. Is that going all the way around the building? I noticed there was a H2O sign on a piece of building that was not designed with that red and white. I'm assuming by the red and white looking barn and the split rail fences and everything else that you're trying to blend it into the farm area. So to the left side of the picture, you see H2O with a gray area without the red. And if you are, that's your intentions to make it blend in with farm, then the whole building should be basically the same texture on the outside.
So let me answer the first part of that if I could, and then I'm going to turn it over to Scott and Tom if I could. The first part of that is what you're looking at there, that the building that we're trying to make look like a barn is the head house itself. So that's the packing house. That's where the trucks will have the loading dock, and our workers will have their facilities and things like that. Behind that part of the greenhouse is the glass part. So that barn-like looking facade won't be on the greenhouse, won't be where the glass part is. I don't know if that answers that question, but Scott and Tom, I know you guys are more familiar with those design aspects than I am.
Correct. For the record, Tom Daly with SLR. And we hired a local architect to take a look at this building and help us develop the front facade and that head house. They took a look at it, looked at some other things. So you're right, there is if you're looking at the front facade, I would say about 2/3 is a red vertical siding, a classic board and batten or barn structure with that. But to the left side, they felt there was an opportunity to create some additional interest to have. Once again, it's just a different type of siding, but it's horizontal. So and it's a light gray shade. So once again, still muted colors that you've seen. Speaking with Chaim, if the commission feels that a full red facade across the front would be more fitting, but we also two things. Remember, this building steps, so it's not one facade going across. But we have no objection to going with a red color if the commission feels it's appropriate. Also, we went to a horizontal siding. It could be a board and batten all the way across. But the local architects thought it was creating some interest, some change of facade along there. But to be honest with you, I've worked on other projects that had barn structure, and we worked with commissions to adjust those colors to make them look appropriate. Yeah.
I see the barn effect on it, and I think probably the whole building should be that barn effect, because I'm looking at it as a dairy farm, and they're usually long like that with the stalls and stuff like that. You know, we go up in Canton, whatever, Salisbury area.
Well, architects can't help themselves, so they always
have
their own spin on it.
Yeah, they always have.
Yeah, but we did
old
hire
cars, not new cars.
Yeah, we did. We went to Quisenberry, who was a local architect, and we asked them, and but they were clearly trying to. When we went to them, we had really no vision. We brought up the barn concept, and I think they've come up with something that really is sharp and good looking. But in terms of changing some mural material on the siding to all be mimicking, especially on the front side, and it we easily could accommodate. That's just a siding component.
Yeah, if you're going for this look.
Yeah.
With the split rail fence, I think,
we did consider
the whole look.
We carried the same standing seam roof all the way across, so that doesn't have to change. But we're more than happy to work with the commission to see what you think fits better for the neighborhood.
And I think like you said, I see one of your conditions here, putting that split rail fence down the Apple Lane side. Basically doing the property line.
Yeah, we would wrap it around the corner.
Dig like a farm,
Yep, and it would essentially there, but we already have that detail with the planting, so it'll be a seamless look all the way around the corner.
And then they gotta know that, this commission loves their planting, so the more you plant, the better they'll be happy.
Yeah, and I will say that I think we did, our initial submission, attempted to just meet the standard of the regulation. And we as a team went back and we added the fence, we added a lot more understoring, so there's a very deep layered effect of planting. And then a lot of that had to do with address the concerns of the neighborhood. So we have really bolstered the landscaping along the frontage. And now I'm hearing is we're gonna wrap that around the corner also. Thank you.
And the other thing is, truck traffic, I saw in here that you want them to come off the nearest exits, whatever. With that said, the nearest highway, 691, I would think truck traffic would want to take left out of the project only, and head a mile into the Meriden line and another mile over to the ramp to 691. Keeping the truck traffic from coming down Chipman Highway up to High Road, up to 372, whatever. And that's a, Chipman Highway's always been a problem with speeders and truck traffic anyway. So if it leaves the town faster, it may be a good thing to have that sign saying left turn out of that parking lot for truck traffic.
And we have no objection to the modification of that comment to say they will be stationed at the closest state permitted highway parking area. As opposed to it's a little vague to say, we're just gonna tell them, don't park here. So there's clearly resources for them to park on 91 and 84, very in close proximity. So we can modify that condition to address that.
I see a lot of conditions in this letter from the lawyer's office, which I praise that those conditions are in here. And anything that we talked to about tonight, like that truck sign and stuff like that, and building design. Building design is one of my things that the building is built as, it was shown as it on the drawing, not another thing like we've had in town. And that if this is approved, and that's an if, I don't know which way the commission's leaning, that these concessions and any other concessions that you agreed to be put on the maps and the permanent record on the maps, design and any concessions that you made, that someone can later on come back and say, oh, wait a minute, let's look at the maps and see what they agreed to. And if they're not doing that,
We have no objection to that. And actually, in many communities, we actually scan the approval letters, which I assume may have those or may
Yeah.
not. But if there's any approval letters, we can actually scan those and put them right on the plans and get the town a copy. So they're basically never forgotten.
Well,
Yeah.
the reason why we've had developers, large developers come into town and to this commission promise a lot of stuff. And then when it's built,
Yep.
it's not built to what they said or whatever. So my idea now is that every plan that comes through this commission should have whatever conditions they agreed on the map.
And so we either can type them out directly, or if you think about the town of West Hartford actually makes you scan all the approval letters and put it into the plan set. So whatever you
That's
guys
perfect,
work, but
yeah.
I was just working with town of Farmington, they made me type up all the wetlands commissions and put them right on the cover sheet. So whatever is your
Whatever
pleasure.
commissions, the
Yeah.
wetlands,
Yeah.
economic development, or whatever, important letters
Yeah.
that came through commissions in this town should be included on the maps.
But I would say your desire is similar to what other communities, and we can handle that. Thank you.
I understand why they're doing that.
Right. And we're still in public hearing, so this is the time for us to ask our questions, people. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Ms. Daly.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick visit back. We were visiting with the attorney online, and we were mentioning, or he was mentioning, that the water testing results would be reported to the Central Connecticut Health District. And then we also kind of visited, I think, their interest in testing their well water. And how we go back to the conversation, you thought maybe once a year. And did you mention, would that be reported somewhere, or is that submitted to the town of Berlin, or what were your thoughts on that?
So let me defer that to Tom and to Scott, because they're much more familiar with where that water testing goes once that's done. I'm not 100% sure. I think the Central Connecticut Health District gets that test. So I wanted to let me confirm with them. They're much more familiar with wells.
Don't argue, guys.
Scott Bristol with SLR. So there's kind of two aspects of that. So the potable water supply well that will be on the property will at least initially and probably forever will not be regulated under a Connecticut DPH because there's less than 25 employees. Okay. If there ever is more than 25 employees for greater than 60 days a year, then results need to be provided to the state level DPH, but we'll provide them to the local health district. And probably once a year, probably, going as much as 4 times a year would probably be doable. Might be a little bit overkill, but we can do that. I will tell you the Connecticut DPH is moving towards requiring all homeowners to sample their wells once a year anyway. So that's coming down the pike for all of us homeowners.
Smart move.
Can I ask you a question about the water? Originally, when we first opened discussion of this site plan, we talked about the water, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was Mr. Tobin or the attorney, basically said that the water was going to be trucked in. It was later said that the water was going to be piped in. So I'm wondering, is the trucking of this water the initial setup water that you need? Because I believe it's noted in some of the minutes. I was trying to go through and refresh, but
So let me just answer one part, and then I think was it Chaim, were you talking about the other part? Who was answering that?
That was fine.
well,
Yep.
I wasn't quite sure
Okay.
what the statement, but I remember seeing it in the minutes that.
Yeah.
water was
So
gonna be trucked in.
yeah. So let's just make sure I think what the context of what you're remembering, and I remember that as well, was that originally we were thinking we were going to have to use well water for the beds, and in order to fill up the tubs, that would be a large burden, not so much on the groundwater, but it'd be a burden actually on the equipment that we would have to use for the well. So the thought I think there was that we would truck the water in order to fill up the beds, because it would just be less of a burden on the well equipment that we would be using. I think that's what the context was for that.
Okay.
But Tom and or Scott or Tom, if you guys are there to talk about water, that would be great.
Yeah, so again, Scott Bristol from SLR. Given the proposed connection to the raw water main from Meriden, there obviously is an ample supply, so the beds will be just filled from that pipe.
So you're gonna just take it directly from Meriden?
Correct.
Okay. And you have an agreement with Meriden,
That is correct.
all right? And do we have a termination date for that agreement?
I'll let.
No, so right now we have a letter of intent from them. We're waiting for the approval from this commission before we enter into a final agreement with them, but we have a letter of intent with them.
Okay, so I'll ask the $64 question. What happens if they say no? I mean, what happens if you have an approval for the project and for whatever reason, they go 60 days or however, and they decide to terminate your supply of water? What happens then?
So first of all, once we enter into a final agreement with them, they will be required to provide us the water that we need. If they're, and that would be, in perpetuity. if there's let's say there's an interruption in that supply, I was told, and Chaim's there, that the tubs can go for quite a long time without water. It's not ideal, but it can be done until water can be restored to the site. Now, if Meriden turns the water off to us and says, we're basically, we're not giving you water, and if you want water, you can sue us, right? Right. Let's say that happens. Let's say that happens, right? We would have to, frankly, we'd have to come back to you, to the commission, and modify the site plan and put a well. That would be what we would have to do at that point. It's not ideal, and we'd probably go through this whole process all over again if that was to happen.
Okay. So that's your contingency plan for that. Not that it would happen.
Well, I mean, we could try to truck in water, but that's certainly not ideal.
Yeah, I could understand that. Yes.
May I just add a sentence or two?
Of course.
Jeff Lightman from 50 Dutton Street in Wallingford. When we originally thought about how to deal with the water issue, it became very clear that the commission wanted us to minimize the impact on the local residents. So one of the plans that we had thought about was, given the Connecticut rainfall, that we could collect water off the roof and store water in water tanks so that we could use that on a regular basis. So, that was another option, and that could be an option that we go back to, because we do have a stormwater collection system that takes all the stormwater and brings it underneath the greenhouse, so it goes back in the earth. But if again, trying to make sure that we minimize the local impact, the notion was that we could also collect rainwater from the roofs.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
quick question.
Yes, go ahead.
So in some states it's legal to do so, in some states it's not. Is it legal to collect rainwater in Connecticut?
Tom Daly, for the record, yes, actually, we did it at Southern Connecticut University. We put in a 30,000 gallon tank for irrigation there. We're working at Ethel Walker School right now. We're looking at, because they don't want to use well water, so we're looking at an option there. So you're right. I think in some states, Western states, they're, but no, Connecticut in many ways, actually, if you look at the DEP manual, it recommends, water reuse and those type of things. So it is not an option. And even if we did rainwater, it would probably be a combination of well to support, there are some times where we may, so I don't think it would ever be where it would be just rainwater. It would be a combination of rainwater, trucking, and that. But we do have a large resource of rainwater that could be available to us if that was there. But with all the scenarios, and that's not part of this application, as Brad indicated, so we would have to come back. We think that's probably a significant change if we put a big tank out there.
I was just my follow-up question to that was, are you designing this building with the tank?
No, our application before you this evening is using raw water. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. We can talk about the what ifs, but we're upfront with you. And what we did is we did do our due diligence. We got a letter of intent. So we're not coming in willy-nilly with something. But to be honest with you, when we came, my understanding text amendments and concerns were, and we went back as a team, and H2O said, how can we solve this problem? We had a very good back and forth dialogue with the water company, and I think we came up with the best solution for us and for the community. But those alternate what ifs we're talking about are not part of the application. We would have to come back to this commission. What I'm hearing from Brad is that would potentially trigger a site plan amendment or whatever the process would be required to come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Tim?
Yes, one question, just talking about water, and then people are worried about tanks breaking or whatever. Is the floor in the greenhouse part There'll be concrete floor in there?
It will not.
It will not be a concrete floor.
It's basically stone dust.
So you don't have any collection options underneath the tanks?
No.
I would think that you would want to do is put some kind of plastic, like plastic under pool plastic, whatever, underneath the soil, and build it up on the edges, 6-8 inches, whatever. So that whole area is a collection area for that emergency, which I thought would have happened, but
Well, I
it
think
is a possibility always.
we also talked about that, but if you actually put, even if you had, and as I said, it's not 50,000 in one tank, it's broken into multiple tanks. But if you divide that by the square footage of thing, it ends up being this thick. So it's not like a pool breaking or your bathtub or something like that, where you have high volume to low square footage. We have the opposite. We have low amount of water to this. So, but that's why we talked about internally, and we found there's companies that already have these sensors. So you basically put a sensor on the ground, it immediately calls the phone number and the system, and you detect a leak. So the goal is, and also you think about so the goal is to stop this situation before it even occurs. But, there's just, I agree. The bathtub effect looks like it, but it would be, how do you even suck up water that thick over 8 acres? It just doesn't, it's a very low water volume to square footage. So there's not, and so it's a stone dust floor. So it's not even ability to do that. We did talk about the liner, but it just didn't add value. Based upon what I'm saying, where it just dissipates so far out. It'd be like trying to clean up a bucket of water in your yard.
And I have another question. We talked about the energy efficiency curtains that are going to be used to shield pathway lighting in early morning hours of operation. What are these curtains made of? What are these curtains made of? Is it a fabric? Is it a burlap? Do we know?
Chaim should be answering. Chaim, right? You can answer that.
He's on his way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It will be, it's like almost a mesh, a very thick mesh, thermic, that it's open and close with the mechanism. So it's like a curtain, sit on top. That's all it is. And
Okay.
it's-
Does it go the width? Does it unroll and go the width and the side? So it basically cuts the peak off. It probably is at where it goes like, it just travels right across on a rod.
On the top, it's even at a certain height for a few sections, of course, for a section. So it's closed and open. That's for the top. Inside, it's almost like a curtain like this one. It's automated, of course.
Oh, yeah.
So that controls the heat.
Heat and conserve, against UV. When it's too hot, we want to close it a little bit because we don't want.
Does it have a color, this curtain, or is it solar, or
Gray, yeah.
it's gray? Does it reflect the
No.
sunlight? That can be blinding people on Chamberlain Highway.
No, it's inside. It's not outside.
I know, but you have a plexiglass fancy building here. Just asking.
It's fabric. I can answer you that. It's inside, it's fabric, kind of fabric. So it doesn't reflect.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions?
I do.
Okay,
At your current building, at your current greenhouse, how many trucks do you have leaving every day?
see, you sat down too soon.
Right now, we have, I can tell you, Monday, we have 1 truck. Tuesday, 2,
And how big is that greenhouse?
2 acres.
2 acres.
But
So
it's
you
not-
get 2 trucks for a 2 acre, and you're only gonna get 2 trucks for 10 acre.
We don't fill up a full truck. We just, or to give you an example, today Stop and Shop came. A trailer can hold 24 pallets.
Okay.
They got that. So it's not full loads. Here, we're anticipating full loads because the first 75% of the first phase that we're doing is sold to one customer that you can only pick up once or twice or 3 times a week if we have it. The rest of the traffic that we're anticipating is for material for us, packing goods and stuff like that. So that's all it is.
Okay, and do you do inspections of your tubs at the current locations? How often?
Well, we do at least 3 to 4 times a year for E. coli, and we do it with EML in Wallingford.
And you inspect the integrity of the piping in the tubs and everything?
No, it's water directly from the tub,
Mhm.
the tube. They take it, they're doing their testing, and we have to keep records for GAP, for the certification that we need for good agriculture practice. It's the law. Twice a year, we do 4 times. And for ourselves, we do once a year for the metal, because we need to know for ourselves how we do it with fertilizer, normally between seasons.
Okay. So, because I know I saw a picture and there's like piping on the bottom.
That's a
Yes.
closed circuit. It's all closed. The
And it's
water
all-
doesn't go anywhere.
Okay.
It comes from a tub inside. I wish I could bring it to you, but
I know, well, we can leaks too, but, you know, that's where I'm at.
it's all, sir, it's all closed. It's like tubing, connected tubing, connected tubing. The only open surface is the tub itself that there is floating on it. That's what it is.
Okay.
And I think to answer your question directly, that system, that closed system is monitored 24/7.
And I'm gonna ask a question about the water. So we fill up these tubs, we have happy plants, and according to the testimony, you may be looking for an additional from this water source from Meredith. You may be looking for up to 10,000 gallons a day usage additional to after this thing is filled. 10,000 gallons is a lot of water. It really is. So I'm wondering, where's the water going?
So, once again, Tom Daly for the record. So I guess I have to disagree with you that 10,000 gallons is not a lot. It's equivalent to, maybe 10 houses. It's not a lot of, when we look at like medical office buildings, we're looking to use 30,000 gallons per day for a big medical office. Schools significantly more. So it does sound like a big number, but it's not. But you think about it, so the tubs hold 50,000, but there's plant uptake. The plants are taking the water. There's evaporation. So what happens, you fill it up and then there's a 10,000. So those plants are taking up 10,000 plants and evaporation into the air are taking up 10,000 gallons a day. So it's just, that's the, it's no different than an irrigation, but if you compare that to irrigating fields, it's significantly less.
Yeah, because see, I think of it as like a huge swimming pool, maybe like 20 by 40 or
Yeah.
something like that, swimming pool.
But-
And that's an enormous amount of water. And I mean, for these happy little plants that are bobbling around, I can't,
It's,
I
I guess I have to disagree. It's not a lot of water compared to other farming operations or whatever. If you put on your own, if you compare it, your sprinkler running on your yard for an hour, it'd probably get up there pretty quickly. But the reality is,
fortunate for me, I don't run my.
nor do I. It's not like you're-
I let my weeds
Yeah,
just.
exactly.
take care of the water.
But compared to,
Well, man.
but I will say compared to a golf course, I mean, golf courses are using 50,000 gallons per day, right? I mean, with.
No,
easily,
I
so-
hear what you're saying.
So it's just, I
I'm
mean,
wondering
you
where
need
these
water,
plants are.
you need water to grow. We all do, right?
Yeah.
So the plants are just uptaking. That's part of the, it's just it's farming and they need water. So,
Hmm.
and that's it. So, so it's really, just keeping those tubs topped off because the plants are, as they're growing, they're uptaking, they're vegetated uptake. And there is some, I'm sure there's some evaporation that doesn't occur.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I think the gentleman behind, yeah,
I'm just gonna add one
yeah,
more
right
piece.
ahead.
I just asked Chaim, what percentage of a lettuce plant is water? And his answer was about 90%. So,
It's like celery.
so the plants are using most of that water, and then there's a certain amount that evaporates just because of.
Yeah, I guess where I was coming from is that you're already set up with happy plants and all this water. So
But
to
every day
have
they're eating
an
it, yeah.
additional 10,000 gallons, it just seems like a lot.
Well, on our 2 acre site, we're selling 30,000 heads of lettuce a week.
Okay, and
So-
how much water are you going through there? I mean, how much do you take in on a daily?
I-
I mean, because I'm just trying to
I
understand.
the perspective, but
Mhm.
Guilford facility is very small, it's 2 acres.
Yes.
We run on a well over there. So I have no idea the well has been there for
Oh,
over 100
okay.
years.
Oh, okay, so you're not sure. Okay, all right, I accept that. Okay.
It would be simply prorated. I mean, lettuce
Yeah.
needs the same amount of water. So if you took, whatever our square footage divided by, so it's what, maybe a third of the water, but, or a quarter of the water because it's just a smaller facility. But
And,
lettuce wants what it wants.
yeah, and in these greenhouses, you're proposing lettuce and you're proposing like,
Lettuce.
just lettuce,
lettuce.
romaine.
Different
herbs.
lettuce and
Herbs.
herbs, but that's not the tomatoes or anything like that, just.
Yeah, because I
lettuce
think you
and
have to get involved with these, but when you talk about herbs, you're talking about rosemary and thyme and sage
Parsley.
and parsley. All right, basil, yeah, okay, all right. Thank you.
Can I, one
Yes,
question?
go right ahead.
On the water, we keep on getting that issue. I was surprised, Tom brought up the water from Meriden. That the water main does come onto this property already, right? And it was used for irrigation on that property before. So now you will be taking that water and putting it in the tanks. Right, so it's not ground irrigation anymore, it's tank irrigation, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with the past agricultural use of the property, but yes, there's
Well,
historic,
there was
there was a historic use of it.
So
Essentially, yes, we're going back to using the water that the previous farmers also used.
okay, so that line been on the property already, okay. Didn't know that line went in there.
Yeah. Yep, okay, Diane. Oh,
I'm gonna ask this question again. In most of our public hearing meetings, residents have indicated that they want to know if there's anything protecting them if something should happen. So my question to you, do you plan on providing any liability insurance to hold Berlin free from harm if anything should happen?
I guess we got.
I guess that's silent.
Maybe that's the, maybe.
Well, I don't know who's answering that question. That's the silence that I'm, do you want me to answer? Should I answer that, Chaim, or do you want to answer that?
You're the attorney, so.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that. I'm happy to answer that. This company, just like any company, carries liability insurance and carries and would need to carry liability insurance for this type of, I guess, for any issues that would be raised coming out of negligence caused by the by the company. No one would ever fund them unless they had liability insurance.
Yeah. All right, so we're not sure what the.
We don't know what the amount is, do we?
Well, they haven't. I don't know what they carry in Guilford as far as amounts, but I'm whatever, you can be assured that the concerns of the neighbors are, put it this way, the concerns of the neighbors for the ability of the greenhouse to pay any damages that would be caused by any issue. I don't see what they would be, but if it did, that concern, you should multiply it by for their funders. They're the people who fund these greenhouses, whether it's a bank or whether it's private capital, they are 10 times more concerned than anybody else about making sure that if there's a problem, that problem can get paid, because their money is in this thing, So you can rest assured that any insurance that they have will be more than adequate to cover any claims.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, anyone? Okay, now Diane. Okay.
In the letter that we received today, under farm operations, the noise and lighting section, there's mention of local school tours. Can you elaborate on that? Is that something that's done at your current location? Or can you explain the plans for that?
Yes.
Is Chaim answering that?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you.
Used to have a lot of tours from the Guilford School and local agriculture societies used to come and give them tour. Just for sake of liability, we stopped doing it. Because we were a little bit on the older side and we didn't want to take any responsibility for that.
So are there plans though to do it with the new facility?
We thought at the beginning when we started with it was supposed to be coordinated with the Justice Education. It's a nonprofit organization for youth after school hours. We're supposed to have like a classroom for them, have them work. Given the timeline of operation, it's normally in the afternoon. So, and it was supposed to be part of UConn as well, the education program. So we would love to do that if we allow to.
I hate to sound silly with this. Is justice education like a community service for people that are in trouble kind of a thing?
You can call it in trouble. They probably don't have much to do in the afternoon, so we keep them education and agriculture.
Okay.
And it's part of UConn education system.
So would those people be arriving by bus, or would they be?
We kind of like just trying to get the site plan approved. We would love to have it, and we would, work with them. That was initially how we started the whole thing.
If we include a condition with respect to school tours, that would be acceptable, I assume.
Sure.
There are 2 points, actually, a question I have with respect to mechanicals for the facility. I recall reading somewhere that there will be no rooftop mechanicals on the structure, but will there be air conditioning and ventilation fans that would be making noise? I'm thinking most specifically on the eastern side of the property because of how close you are to the eastern neighbors.
There will be heating, definitely. Climate control, so I don't know what kind of, in Guilford, when you're outside, you can hear. It's inside. You can.
No refrigeration units buzzing away. And
We're working on that as well. We would love to have, we don't have it in Guilford. We don't have cooling system. And we were working, which we want to do something about it, definitely. But it doesn't have to be air conditioning. There is a few systems that can cool the temperature in the greenhouse.
Mhm.
So there is a few methods to do it. We'll see what's economic, but I would love to have it. Give me a lot of.
I just want to be mindful of sound issues for the abutting properties. Also, with respect to, we've talked about idling trucks and not having trucks standing idling on the property. But would there ever be circumstances where trailers would be left standing on the property without the tractor with a refrigeration unit running or anything like that?
No, we're not allowed to. They're not part of the code. We don't own trucks. We have one lease truck in Guilford for 7 years. That's it.
And none of your customers would be asking to allow their trailer to stay there?
No, we're not going to allow it, and nobody ever asked. They're the only logistic problem.
Okay, So if we have that as a condition, I assume that would not be a problem. And then I think I asked the question at one point early on, but I don't recall seeing anything recently. Is there, what is the method of communication that you use between yourself and staff? I guess what I'm getting at is there a PA system of any kind used, or is your communication through walkie-talkies or telephones, or so there's no PA systems that things are going to be blaring from one property to another?
That's enough.
That's all that comes to mind.
Okay. Anyone else? I know we're in the public hearing, so anyone else?
Excuse me, can I
Yes,
follow up on the
Oh.
energy
but of course.
piece that the commissioner asked about? So pending approval, if we were to be lucky enough to be approved, our next step would be to hire the architect on a full-time basis to develop building plans. And the architect will have an HVAC consultant on board to help us develop an energy efficiency plan. So a heating and a way to cool, all indoors. We have some ventilation fans in Guilford, but if you were to stand outside, you don't hear them. The ventilation fans are internal, and even it's very quiet internally as well. But all of the heating and cooling equipment most likely would be in a facility in the head house that would be soundproofed, so you wouldn't have that issue. We haven't finalized the best way to provide the heating, whether we have a small boiler, whether we have individual gas furnaces that are hung like we have in Guilford. We're waiting to bring those people on board because it will take several months to develop the building permit plans. And we would engage with town staff and with our neighbors to talk about exactly the kinds of systems we're going to implement so that we don't have that noise issue. And the energy efficient curtains will also block the pathway lighting. So it's not like you're going to have a spaceship at 6 o'clock in the morning. You're going to draw those curtains. The energy path lighting is just so the workers could use the pathways before the sun comes up at 5:30, 6 o'clock. And as soon as the sun comes up, the pathway lightings get shut down and the energy curtains go away until later in the afternoon, when in some cases you want to prevent the UV from coming in and burning the plants. So you might put up some curtains in the middle of summer at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when it's the hottest. So, but all of those kinds of things are operational things. And what we've said to neighbors is any issue that were to come up, walk right into the office and let's go solve it. Our intention is not to be an inconvenience. Our intention is to be, one, an environmental steward, which is what hydroponic farming is all about, and two, to be a good corporate citizen. We get, in Guilford, many people come in and say, we're doing an event. Can you provide us with, 7 boxes of lettuce? Or we're doing something for senior citizens or whatever. So our goal is not just to run a business, because we can't be successful in a project next year in Massachusetts or New York or somewhere else if we aren't successful here. Because, your counterparts in another community will come and say, well, how are they doing in Berlin? And so our goal is to be excellent in everything that we do. And it's not to make a lot of noise. It's not to wake up people early in the morning. It's not to create an environment where people aren't safe. And it's certainly not to create a problem with water. And if the two letters, one from UConn and one from the Agricultural Experiment Station, which said, if you had a catastrophic event, it still wouldn't create a negative impact on the groundwater. That's not us. You know, we recognize that sometimes developers come in and make pronouncements. We ask independent third parties to say, if a catastrophic event were to occur, would that create a problem for the well next door on the south or the well in the north? And the answer was no. It would be a very rare occurrence. And if it ever occurred, then our liability insurance would correct the problem. So I understand the sensitivities. We're just trying to say, this is probably as eco-friendly a farming operation as you're going to get. Not you per se, but in Connecticut or Massachusetts, it's why this is going to become a major job creator in the Northeast, because we can't afford to continue to buy fruits and vegetables from places as far away as Mexico and Canada, which is what we're doing today. If you go buy little cherry tomatoes, look under, it'll say Leamington, Ontario, and that's where they're coming from. And so our goal is to grow locally. And if you ask consumers what they want to buy, they want to buy locally grown product. They don't want, and given the COVID implications that we've just seen, and one of the reasons why we curtailed some of the school tours, we had to during COVID. And we would love to be able to educate young people who are thinking about being in this business or thinking about somewhere else in agriculture or environmental sustainability. This is the most sustainable agriculture you can have. It really is. But, you know, don't believe me. Read what UConn and the Agricultural Experiment Station are saying about what's real and what's not.
While don't look away.
Oh, sorry.
You're very possible.
No.
One of the letters that was received from Rosa, I can't read her last name.
Rodellis, I believe, yes.
I can see she's from the College of Agriculture, but what is her credential? She hasn't identified what she does.
She is one of their hydroponic farming experts. When I called the university and talked to.
I'm sorry, I see. So it's a continuation because our copy,
Oh, okay.
it's on the experiment station letter.
There are two people, and they are hiring additional hydroponic experts at UConn because it is the way they're training their future farmers. But when you call and ask to talk to people who have expertise in hydroponic farming, you get to talk to either Bonnie Burr or Rosa. And Rosa has tested our water on many occasions. She says that in her letter. And so, and you know, third parties don't want to put themselves in a position where they're not being accurate. That they have to say what it is. And she's never found a problem with any of our water, or she would have had to say it. And she's been at our farm on many, many occasions. So, you know, I hope you will take that into consideration as you deliberate over the next week.
I appreciate your response, but we would not be doing our due diligence
Sure.
if we didn't ask the questions.
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, feel free to call her. And I think Dr. Bugby said the same thing. Feel free to call him. I mean, I think that they're trying to be as straightforward and as honest as they can be. And I wouldn't hesitate to say, give them a call if you're concerned. But we didn't want you to just take our word. So that's why we reached out and said to those folks who were thinking about that. And one of them is a soils expert. So when he says, if you dumped all that water, the amount of water versus the amount of fertilizer that's in that water is not going to be significant, is not going to create a problem. I know some people would like to believe that it would create a problem, but that's not what they're saying.
This Rose is very, very, very educated lady. I met her about 4 or 5 weeks ago. I drive to her bus and the agricultural people went on a trip and very nice, educated lady.
This is
Good to
where,
know.
Well,
where-
I just.
This is you.
All right.
it's really the future of agriculture. And
I just have one quick question and just support him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do not feel free to call her once you close the public hearing.
Oh.
You're gonna come up with that one.
Yeah.
You better call her now. No, we're still in public hearing.
I just didn't want to not,
No, I
want to be
understand. You
transparent.
have your letter. of support.
yeah, all we did was say, tell them what you know.
Yeah.
And we're not, and, you know, we talked a little bit about our operations, but in general, this type of farming is much safer than the old fashioned way of doing it, because when you put fertilizer in the ground, it can blow around and it can go right in the soil and it doesn't get absorbed by the plants. That's the whole thing. The nutrient rich fertilizer that we use for the lettuce goes right into the lettuce. 100% of that is absorbed by the lettuce. And then we, when we do our testing on a regular basis for how much fertilizer, that's when we add more. But the plant is eating it up. And then when we need to add more, we add more. And then the new run, because plants we have different stages, you know, a couple of days growth, a week growth, 2 weeks. So, and then when they're ready to harvest, a whole nother round starts all over again. So that's why you're using all that water and the nutrients are being absorbed directly by the plants. Where when you grow in the soil, you don't always get direct usage. Maybe 80% of fertilizer may go into the ground and not be absorbed by the plants just because it's outdoor farming. It's uncontrollable. All of this is really controllable.
Anyone else have? Yes, Jim.
Yeah, just a clarification question coming off of Commissioner Miller's question about liability coverage. And if we have liability, that would cover any issues. And my assumption in her question had to do with the groundwater contamination. Was your concern about liability coverage?
Any liability.
Okay. Well, since we weren't specific with our question, I guess I wanted to hear that may be a covered policy. I'm not that familiar with commercial liability insurance, but I'm assuming they have to be listed coverages. So maybe like consumption of the product and then maybe other liability situations that could occur. So would that also include your liability coverage for any groundwater contamination? If I may ask.
So, sure. I mean, like any other business, you're going to have coverage for that type of work. I wouldn't expect that this operation would need any special coverage beyond that which any business would have, because again, you know, the chances, not even the chances, there really is no opportunity for there to be groundwater contamination. So you know, you would expect there, and that this business, like any other business, would be covered for a groundwater contamination, but there wouldn't be special coverage that you would have to go out and get. And I wouldn't expect that that someone who is investing in this company would require that, especially based on the type of letters that and expertise that you get that Jeff just talked about.
I just have a comment too. I don't recall the statutory citation, but I do know that state statutes would require the farm to provide water if they did in fact contaminate.
Yeah, that's a requirement, correct.
I have one parting question if I can. I'm not sure who would address this. We talked about the fertilizers being brought in and stored in the head house or whatever. Okay. How are they, what would be, I guess, the greatest amount of fertilizers that you would have stored at any one given time? And are they stored in boxes? I mean, are the fertilizers separate before they're mixed, or are they stored in barrels?
So we get that from one vendor from Griffin Greenhouse Supply, Cheshire.
Okay,
They come once every 2 weeks. It's a half a pallet for the giver, okay? Might be a little more for Berlin, but they come in bags.
okay.
They come in bags as a powder. And at the time when we need to fill up the tanks, not the tubs, the tanks where the fertilizer comes out, we just pour it and mix it with water, dilute it with water. Then it gets diluted again in the tubs with water.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for us? There's no public hearings today. Yeah, I will. All right, we are in public hearing.
Before you move on though, do you think you should have Mr. Rogan read those two letters so the public can actually hear their content?
Okay, yeah, I was gonna go to the public to see if there was any last minute stray comments that we needed, but go ahead, Mr. Rogan.
All right, I'll start with the one from the experimental station first. Dear Berlin Planning and Zoning Commissioners, I have reviewed the information regarding H2O farm site plan application. Given the agriculture will take place in an indoor controlled environment, I feel the chances of fertilizer and pesticides to harm the environment is extremely remote and far less likely than an outdoor agriculture was to take place here, where nutrients and pesticides might leach, wash, or blow off site. Hydroponic growing systems allow for nutrient solutions to be recycled in-house by computer specified replacement of the elements removed during crop production. In a highly unlikely and rare event of growing tub breach, I feel the nutrient solutions will be diluted to levels below concern with water moved from the roof to under the building and existing groundwater. Please feel free to contact me if I can help further. Gregory J. Bugby, Associate Scientist, Soil Testing. We have the letter from Rosa Rodales from Yukon. Dear Commissioners, I write this letter to address some concerns regarding fertilizer and fungicide use in hydroponic operations. I commend you for being proactive about the potential environmental impact of agricultural practices while we also advance local sustainable food production in Connecticut. I am an associate professor of horticulture, University of Connecticut, with practical and research experience in irrigation, water quality, and plant disease management of vegetables and ornamentals in greenhouses. Based on the information provided by H2O Farm Berlin team, the operation will produce leafy greens in closed loop irrigation system. Closed loop irrigation means that the nutrient solutions plus water fertilizers will recirculate within the operation. Unlike other farming systems, hydroponic farms benefit not from not discharging the solutions too frequently because complete refreshing of the solution may result in poor growth. At some point during the production cycle, growers might need to do a controlled partial replacement of the solution to achieve the right balance of nutrients for the crop, to remove solutions with plant pathogens or repair tanks. In the rare occasion that partial replacement of solution was needed, H2O Farms team plans to contact a licensed environmental contractor to start it safely. This approach is consistent with that of other operations do in practice. Hydroponic and greenhouse production provide a competitive advantage in terms of water and nutrient use compared to field production, because water and fertilizers are applied directly at plants in a controlled manner. Growers rely on strict sanitation, managing the environmental parameters of the greenhouse, and using microbial-based products to prevent plant diseases from developing. They do this because it is very effective and there are not many fungicide products labeled for vegetables and greenhouses. In that case, any synthetic fungicide was needed, it would be applied to the crop, not the water. Therefore, I do not foresee the risk of fungicide residues in the solution. Hydroponic operations are in general more cost-effective and efficient when they maximize the use of agricultural input. Consistent with the practice of H2O in Guilford, which I have visited and collected nutrient solution samples from multiple times, I would anticipate that H2O would avoid nutrient runoff and avoid fungicide applications at all costs, not only for environmental reasons, but because its cost-effective practice is better for crop quality and yields. Hydroponic production has many advantages over field production. The same area of lettuce can yield 7 to 10 times more in a hydroponic greenhouse compared to field production. Due to the multiple crop cycles in a year, high density of production, and reduced crop loss up to pests, diseases, and environmental damage, irrigation water use is also more efficient in hydroponics than field production, because water and nutrients are precisely delivered in time and space. I am supportive of H2O's farm's plan to advance the production of local and sustainable food in Connecticut. Greenhouse production of food is one of the best ways to have year-round fresh food in Connecticut. I will gladly respond to any questions you may have about how hydroponic production works. Sincerely, Rosa E. Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you. And, all right, is there anyone from the public who just wants to make a, yes, okay. Come on up, just your name and whatever for the record. And I know we've taken a lot of testimony over the last couple meetings, so. Yeah.
I'm Deborah Sanders, 336 Summitwood Drive, Kensington. You know, H2O has been speaking very eloquently about the benefits of hydroponic farming, and that has not been our concern. Our concern all along has been the location. The location is our issue right now, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents. I've spoken with people involved in planning and zoning in other towns and also the city of New Britain. And they say that they would not consider a project like this that would be placed on rural farmland surrounded by residential houses that would have to look out their windows at this large factory facility. They point out that hydroponic farms work very well in urban environments because they do not need farmland soil. There is no need for it to be placed on a farmland. I just have one question for H2O, and why did they not pursue their original plans to build the farm factory in the New Britain Data Center location? And I would ask that we get an answer to that. That was proposed, and they were advertising that in Business Weekly back in 2020. I don't know why that project was shelved. And that would be of, I think, interest to planning and zoning to find out about that. I'm just going to say, I wish Berlin Planning and Zoning will do the right thing ethically and legally. You know, we've brought up our ethical and legal concerns, and I just want to reiterate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to respond?
Jeff Lightman again, 50 Dutton Street, Wallingford, Connecticut. I know a little bit about the project in New Britain because I brought H2O Farms to that site. It was a 4-acre site, so it was very small. It was tied to the development of a data center and the fuel cells that would be used at the data center so that we could use the waste heat from that, from those fuel cells to heat the greenhouse. That project got delayed. I started working on that project in 2017, and the fuel cell piece just broke ground a month ago. So it had stalled. The project was no longer available to us. The ownership of the data center piece, they can't develop a data center yet because they don't have the dollars, the resources to do it. So that site became unavailable to us. When we knew that, we started looking at other potential properties. And let me say one thing about using farmland for hydroponic farming. There happens to be a farmer in my town that I also do some work with called Jeremiah Farms. And Joe Jeremiah purchased 90 acres of farmland in Suffield, Connecticut. We spent 3 years getting it fully permitted, going through inland wetlands with the Army Corps of Engineers to build 44 acres of greenhouses on farmland in Suffield to grow tomatoes. And the only reason that project hasn't gone forward is the financing piece of it. So the answer to the question, well, this should be done in an urban area, it's being done. And if you go to Cheshire, you can see a ton of greenhouses there. And there are other towns that are going to be sponsoring greenhouse projects on farmland. In some ways, it's a way to preserve farmlands from other development. We are farming. It happens to be a 21st century type of farming, but it's farming. And it's viewed that way by Connecticut policymakers. And it's just not necessarily appropriate in all urban environments. Many urban environments don't have enough land. Someone asked, well, why do you need a site as big as this? Why do you need a 5-acre greenhouse? Because to be commercially viable, you have to grow enough plants to be able to run a business. And, we're finding that the demand is great, but we only have 2 acres in Guilford. If we had 10 acres, we could sell 10 acres worth of lettuce into the marketplace. In a lot of urban areas, if you go to Bridgeport, Connecticut, you can't find a 4 or 5 acre parcel. Very few large parcels. That may be different here in Berlin or in some other towns, but in the big cities, they don't have large parcels. They have a lot of old factory buildings, but that's not the kind of technology that we use. So we need a flat site with available energy. So in this case, it's natural gas that would come to the site that would be provided the heating. We don't use a lot of electricity. We will have a connection to the grid. So you need larger parcels to be economically viable. And most of the big cities, if they have a large parcel, they want a big office building, or they want, something that's much larger, a medical facility, those kinds of things. So it's not as easy to say, well, these are better in urban environments. They're actually a good fit for farmland that is not being used. And there's a lot of old tobacco farms in the north central. That's going to be a location for some hydroponic farming. 1, because it's flat, and 2, because it has energy. And you've got to have an energy source in order to heat the greenhouse 5 or 6 months a year. So I wouldn't constrain hydroponic farming just to urban areas, because there's not the kind of parcels you need. We have a 20-acre parcel, and we're only going to grow, if we're successful in having a phase 2, on a total of 8.5 acres. So, 11.5 acres is going to be not used. So in order to get a growing space, you need a large parcel. And they're not necessarily available in urban communities. And if they are, they're reserved for large scale 13-story housing projects, or office buildings, or medical centers, or other things that are going to have a higher and better use. hope that answers some of the questions, maybe not quite the way
Yeah.
someone
No,
anticipated,
no,
but
that's okay.
it's the reality. A lot of farmland is going to be converted into hydroponic farming.
Thank you. Quickly, anything, all right, 1 and 2. Oh, yep, sir, you first, and then ma'am.
My first.
Yep. Go right ahead. Well, you're actually second. But first.
My name is Gene Aloka. I live at 86 Summerwood Drive in South Kensington. The issue is not, is hydroponic farming good or bad, at least in my opinion. The issue for me is water, mainly the water that is under the proposed site, the aquifer. That is an issue for me because I have well water at 86 Summerwood Drive. I have 5.8 acres of land. Most of it is treed. I have wetlands, I have a brook, and I have about 1 acre of grass. I do not fertilize my grass, use insecticides, no chemicals, no Roundup. Old farmer told me years ago, he said, Gene, whatever you put on your lawn, and if you have well water, you're going to drink it. I've been there 37 years. I don't fertilize anything. Okay? If I want to put fertilizer on my lawn, you run the risk of drinking a minute amount of fertilizer. That's my decision. I really take offense that anyone at UConn or anywhere else says so many parts per million are permissible. That's my decision, not someone a mile and a half down the road. That's wrong. Okay? To me, that's wrong. I want to ask a question relative to Guilford. Is that facility built over an aquifer? Probably not. So what gives the petitioner here the right to come to Berlin to propose building a hydroponic facility over an aquifer? What's the risk involved? I have not heard anything as far as reliability of so much for 95% confidence that there won't be a spill. And if there is, what's the mitigating circumstance that they're going to contain it? I haven't heard that. Someone talked about concrete. Concrete is porous, okay? Over time, that could leach into the system. And what effect will that have on me? That's my concern, because I'm drinking water. A lot of people here are not drinking the water, a lot of people are. I think it's wrong that they would propose this kind of facility over a large body of water that is under the ground. If this water was standing on the top of the ground, if it was a swamp, or if it was marsh, but now we called it wetlands. If it was wetlands, we wouldn't be here because we disallowed. Okay? The fact that the water is beneath the ground, we get all these discussions. Is it protected? Well, no, it's not, because there isn't a commercial well on the property that's servicing 1,000 residents like it is up the road. But that water is still there and I'm drinking it and my neighbors are drinking it. If this goes forward, this is wrong. And the liability, I haven't heard too much as far as dancing around how much liability is covered, with all this kind of fancy stuff, but it's going to be sizable. This is a wrong proposal because of the location. I'm not against hydroponic farming. I've done some research. I think it's good. The location is poor. It's very bad because of the risk up to the neighbors and to the water underneath, which is a valuable resource to us, to me, and to my family. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sam.
Hi, I'm Lynn Fazino. I live at 150 Summitwood Drive. I also would like to just echo the sentiments that my neighbors have said. I appreciated the dialogue with H2O Farms. They've alleviated a lot of my anxieties about the farm, but I also have to agree with my neighbors. I have a problem with the location. Basically, my concern is, one, you're taking a factory and dressing it up and plopping it in the middle of a residential neighborhood, which is not right. Number two, the water. The aquifer concerns me. I understand it's a closed system. You're pumping in the water from Meriden, yada, yada, yada. But what happens if something does happen with that water from Meriden? How is it going to affect our supply? There are no emergency contingencies in place with water supply and how that's going to affect the people that rely on that water. Are they going to start taking the water from our aquifer, and then how is that going to affect our wells? All these ramifications are very big concerns. And then thirdly, my other concern is that basically, yes, this is a farm. But like I said, it's a farm dressed in factory clothing, and we're taxing it as a farm. And what kind of economical values is really going to be to Berlin? It seems like it has a lot bigger ramifications, negative impacts rather than positive impacts in that location in Berlin. So I appreciate your concerns. I hope you take all this into consideration and realize that this is going to be very impactful for the neighbors and the neighborhood surrounding this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Last go around, anyone else? Yeah, we've heard a lot of testimony. Oh, is there anyone online who wishes to comment either for or against this application? Okay, hearing none.
I'm sorry, can I, as, at the end, I'd like to just make a closing statement when you're ready for that.
I just wanted to make sure that Dylan doesn't have any comments either from this perspective.
Any comments from staff at this point? None?
I know there was something we talked about with the aquifer, but I'm not confident in how I would word it.
If you don't think it's necessary to, yeah, because there was a question with regard to the aquifer. So, we talked about this last time. I don't think I necessarily need to repeat myself. I noticed that it was part of Attorney Monshine's letter as well. The fact that, there was this claim that you should have made referral to the agency. I explained, and I know I was remote last time, but I explained why, from a legal perspective, that's not accurate. Because of the fact that when you look at the regulations and you look at the authority to delineate protection areas and to regulate activities within protection areas, the aquifer at issue here is not identified as being a protected area. That's a fact. And when you look at regulated activity, that again is within the purview of that agency. It's a very clear from the definition of regulated activity that it's a protected area. The question was posed to me, this is not a public supply well. I think it's the definition that's used in the regs. So there was that discussion with staff.
Okay.
That question was posed to me. And when you look at the definition, and it's in, again, the aquifer regulations, aquifer protection agencies, aquifer protection regulations of the town, the definitions of public supply well means as defined in 19-13-B, and it's actually 1.5 or B5 1B. Of the regulations of Connecticut state agencies. Want to give you that definition.
So,
yeah, that definition. Do you want to give it to me? Go ahead.
sure. The town's aquifer protection regulations defines as follows. See section 2A31. Public supply well means public supply well as defined in section 19-13- BSLB of the regulations of Connecticut state agencies. Unquote, the site to the regulation of the Connecticut state agencies, which is actually 19-13- B5-1B, contains this definition of public supply well. Public supply well means a water supply well used or made available by a water company to two or more consumers as defined in section 25-32A of the 1969 supplement to the general statutes.
So you'll recall that at your last meeting too, Jim Horrible was on. And Jim is staff who does support your inland wetlands agency, which is your aquifer protection agency, and he also made that point. So I just want to make sure, there's no confusion about the particulars of that agency's authority. Because I felt a little bit that there was misunderstanding with regard to, what the regulations require. Again, that scope of authority of that agency.
Okay, so with the public supply well, that's a company providing to two or more people. But an aquifer is just something, it's a water body under.
Well, which is why this particular aquifer is not a public supply well. And that, again, that's a very important piece. as
Okay,
far
yeah,
as,
so,
that position being taken, by some of the members of the public, that you had an obligation to refer to that agency. It's just not legally accurate.
yeah,
And I don't, you're a commission that I advise. I don't want you to be misled about what you're all doing.
yeah,
That's the only reason why, because staff was saying, they think that's a very important piece of this too, because they understand the delineation aspect of it.
yeah.
And what it means to be a area, that, you only have that one area that's been so delineated. So they were concerned to find this. I think that you understood that. You didn't have any questions.
Let's go around for the commission. So, yeah, correct, thank you. Mr. Monshine, Attorney Monshine.
Yes, can I make my closing statement?
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, great, thank you. So, I really want to thank you, the commissioners, for your patience in allowing all sides to be heard on this application. We also want to thank you for all the due diligence that you've put us through, not only during the site plan application, but also during the text amendment process, where you fully reviewed these zoning regulations for compliance with the plan of conservation and development. And we've worked hard to tailor the zoning requirements to those concerns that were raised during the text amendment process. And we've now proposed a site plan that completely complies with all aspects of the zoning requirement. We're not asking for any variances or special exceptions to the zoning requirements. All town department comments have been satisfied. We've addressed every concern raised by the public and this commission. But lastly, I also want to really especially thank the commission staff for their hard work over this past year and a half on this plan. We really look forward to your approval of the site plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Commission, what's the pleasure?
It's my understanding that Attorney Monshine has agreed to allow us to deliberate on this at our next meeting.
Correct. We'll agree to an extension of time on the decision till the 19th.
Okay, and with that, we'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing by Ms. Dorsey. We have a second by Mr. Zigmont. Do we have any further discussion? Then all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Okay, I'm just gonna say, let's wait for some folks that want to clear out, and how about this call for recess? For like 2 minutes, okay? All right, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, we're back into our public hearings here. For those of you who are online, I just want to make sure that you understand with the last motion with the greenhouses, that we are actually going to be deliberating that not tonight, but next week. And hopefully we'll make a note to have that up early in the agenda.
We should do a motion to continue the deliberation on that when the time comes.
Okay,
Don't forget to do that.
so we'll do a motion to continue it when it comes up again. All right, so now we're on to the applications for 550, 554 Merlin Turnpike Associates LLC, 502 Merlin Turnpike map 10-2 block 313B, Berlin Turnpike, and this is continued. Because I know that Fran can type this out from the agenda with all the numbers, but this is continued from, we started this October 6th, and here we are, 2022, and here we are in January, so. In January, yeah, turn the corner.
Turn the calendar.
Yes, exactly. We turn the calendar, and thank you for your patience. And you have the floor, Attorney Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Good evening, Attorney Timothy Sullivan on behalf of the applicant, 550 to 554 Berlin Turnpike Associates LLC. In attendance tonight, besides myself, is Bart Beauvais in person, and virtually we have Mark Vertucci, who's online, I see, Jeff Janke, Mark is our traffic expert, Jeff is our architect, and we also have Brian Miller online for the housing affordability plan. All of them have previously given testimony. They are primarily on board today to answer any questions that may be necessary, because we do have to close the public hearing tonight. We're out of extension time. I believe the commission. Not quite, yeah, not over.
Not overextended yet? Okay.
Not overextended, yet. We're dangerously close.
Seems to be the motto of the planning and zoning commission.
Better than that in your credit card.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right, sorry, Jim.
That's all right. I believe the commission is well aware of the specifics of these applications after public hearings on October 6th, November 3rd, December 1st, and December 15th. And here we are tonight, which will be the last since the hearing must close tonight, as I indicated. The proposal is for a mixed-use development at 502, 522, and 554 Berlin Turnpike. Parcels that are located on the west side of the Berlin Turnpike, just north of Woodlawn Road. 502, we have a retail convenience store site for 2 acres. 522 is the 106 unit residential housing development, and 554 is the existing ABC supply company. As we have indicated during the public hearings, this is a difficult site with many challenges. We have the Eversource transmission lines. We have the Mattabesset River as the east and north boundary, and we have an elevation change towards the river. It kind of sits down in a little bit of a hole. My client has listened to the staff comments, including those of the town's consultants, Don Poland and Bob Bernaschi, and I believe both Bob Bernaschi and Don Poland are online now. And we've revised our plans to meet the desire of the town to avoid what was described as perhaps an eyesore. I believe we have done that with the revised proposal. Before turning it over to Bart to review the revisions, I want to review our submissions to the record filed electronically earlier today. And if I could ask Dylan to bring up our submissions.
I have which one would you like?
Well, in order for the ABC architecturals. Yes. So it was Commissioner Zigmont that asked on a couple of occasions whether we plan on doing anything with the existing ABC supply building.
And initially, our inclination was to heavily landscape it and screen it from the residential and convenience store development. But upon further review, we've decided that we would enhance the existing ABC supply building. While we are proposing improvements, just want to bring that up for now. We'll go back to this in a little while when Mr. Janke can talk about his proposal. But if you scroll through, you can see that we're proposing to put a fence, dress up both buildings, and put a pitched roof, mansard pitched roof across the entire across the structure at 554. We have some cut sheets, and I'll leave that for Jeff Janke later. The next thing was the residential buildings lighting. This was discussion with the town consultant, Bob Barnashke, and bring it up on the screen.
No problem.
And it's up there now. He's got some cut sheets. We got the type of lighting. This is the lighting, and I'll wait for Bart to go over this with Jeff later. But I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I will discuss there is an EMF memo that I submitted today. Last time we were here, I provided some additional materials. The town planner had previously provided some materials on EMFs, and I've enhanced that. I enhanced that at the last meeting with a proposal, with some additional materials. Because there is no, because the public, if there is any public that's interested and that's online, I would ask that I just read briefly this memorandum so that they would be aware of what it says. I didn't intend to do this. I don't want to prolong this, but because there is no visual for anybody that's online, during the course of the public hearing in regard to the above referenced applications, the Planning and Zoning Commission requested information concerning electric and magnetic fields. The information was requested because of the proximity of the proposed residential housing development to Eversource power lines. Reference materials have been submitted into the record to address the EMF information request. A review of the information from the submitted reference materials indicates that EMFs are typically grouped into two categories: non-ionizing and ionizing. Non-ionizing EMFs are low-level radiation generally perceived as harmless to humans. Ionizing EMFs are high-level radiation, which can cause health issues. The source of non-ionizing EMFs include microwave ovens, cell phones, MRIs, Bluetooth devices, wireless networks, and power lines. The source of ionizing EMFs includes sunlight, X-rays, and some gamma rays. EMFs are two forms of energy that surround an electrical device. The strength of an electrical field is an EF, and the level of a magnetic field is the MF factor. Health research regarding EMFs focus on MF rather than EF. The level of MF produced by a transmission line decreases significantly with increasing distance from the conductors. That's the source of the MF. Attached as Exhibit A to this memorandum is correspondence from Eversource that the power lines adjacent to the proposed developments are 115 kVs. They can go as high as 365, so this is really a mid-level power line. Also attached as Exhibit B is an engineered print showing that the conductors are 125 feet from residential building number 3 and 165 feet from residential building number 2. The MF level produced by a transmission line becomes indistinguishable from levels found inside or outside homes at a distance of 100 feet to 300 feet, depending on the design and current load of the design. There has been more than 40 years of scientific research on EMF exposure and health effects. This research has led to the conclusion of no evidence linking EMF exposure to adult concerns. While some studies showed a possible link between EMF field strength and an increased risk of childhood leukemia, such an association was weak. The World Health Organization, in a 2007 report, concluded the evidence related to childhood leukemia is not strong enough to be considered causal, and the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection supports this conclusion. The Connecticut Siting Council recognizes that after much scientific research, a causal link between EMF exposure and demonstrated health effects has not been established. So that's the EMF. I think Commissioner Zigma and Commissioner Zigma had asked for some information on that. The last two public hearings, we provided that, and I would hope that this would, and in addition to that, there's been also multiple developments. I previously, in an architect, in a submission at the last hearing, multiple applications for housing developments approved with EMF exposure by high power tension lines. A recent one right off of Lincoln Street that we discussed at the last public hearing. It was approved in 2007 by this commission. I also have included a declaration of easements and maintenance and a maintenance agreement. I will get back to that later when we talk about the conditions that I submitted. We also submitted a quitclaim deed. I'll address that. The quitclaim deed is because a boundary line adjustment. We're doing a boundary line adjustment. This little area here, we're moving the boundary line of one of the lots to provide for 300 feet of frontage. These are 3 established lots already that meet the criteria for the BT1 zone. Under the BT3 zone, you need 300. Under the BT1 zone, you only need 50 feet of frontage. Under the BTD zone, which we're asking to zone change for the overlays district, you need 300 feet. So we're creating that 300 feet by just adjusting the boundary line. No subdivision is necessary under the statute because we're not creating an additional lot. We're just adjusting a boundary line. I've also included a draft motion for the put that up. Just a draft motion and a summary to work off of for the staff for conditions of approval. If you look at that, condition of approval number 2 would address the drainage easement, or rather the drainage agreement and the proposed language for that, which was previously provided by the town planner, Maureen Giusti. We've adopted that. Number 3 is the quitclaim deed, subject to approval by the town attorney and staff. And finally, the easements, which are necessary because we're creating, we're going to have a declaration of mutual easements and maintenance agreement, because we're going to have some utilities and an access way and et cetera, which is going to require mutual easements between the 3 lots. Both the quitclaim deed and the declaration of easements would be subject to approval for form by the town attorney and staff.
And the affordability plan?
Excuse me?
And the affordability plan?
That was submitted with the application, and Brian Miller went over that in detail at a previous public hearing.
Subject to council's approval, in case there's anything, because I gotta go through this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we aren't expecting a decision tonight. While the public hearing has to close, the commission would have 65 days to deliberate on this. We would hope that it would not take 65 days, but that's the regulation, the statute provides that. But once again, this is a draft to help the staff and the commission develop conditions of approval. And yes, whatever, we would agree to that.
Thank you, Tim.
I'm trying to move quickly. It's been a long night already. I don't want you guys staying here forever. I'll turn it over to Bart at this point, just to go over the substantial revisions that have been made to the plans. We work very closely with staff. We've had multiple meetings with both Don Poland and with Bob Barnashke to develop. Bob Barnashke and Don came up with their reports. We've addressed every item in their reports. Both of them are on tonight to discuss that. So I'll turn it over to Bart to go over and review the actual revisions that were made to the plan.
Tim, before you step away, just a quick question. The stuff that's being projected, were there copies submitted for the commission?
I submitted electronically,
Okay.
by electronically to Dylan earlier early this afternoon.
Could you get hard copies, just submit hard copies so that they could be distributed to them, so that they have hard copies?
Sure, I
to
can,
review?
I can provide hard copies of everything I submitted to Dylan.
Thank you so much, Jim.
I mean, that may not be something that you can do tonight, but I mean.
Well, not tonight.
No, but it's already part of the record, so,
Yeah, but maybe Dylan could just email or forward those, that
Mhm.
information to us. So that we can, look at our home computers or print them out at home or whatever.
We had our laptops.
Well, that's
I'm gonna
okay.
say it every meeting.
I know you will.
I wouldn't mind a
It's
hard
it's been
copy.
budgeted for. Put it for.
Okay.
My only computer is my phone.
Yeah, but this way then I could at least go
Yes.
through it and understand what the, what the vibes are about.
Check and drop off a little tweet, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever. Then I have to come and check. Yes. All right.
That's my joke for tonight, so it's. This is not a problem. This is to wake everybody up. Because you've been sitting here for 2.5 hours. This is actually the revised set of plans that has
Is this the
everything.
final
in it.
product?
This is the final product. The original set of plans that we gave was dated July 28th. See on the plans. This is now April 11th, the revision, everything. Everything we've done prior to this has been done electronically through staff. So when you look at this now, I want you to take those home, put those on your pillows, not leave your site. Because you saw me carry those into the town hall. They were heavy.
This goes on my dining room table, so I can, like, eat an orange and walk by and look.
What I've also done is deliver to Dylan a reduced set of plans. You guys don't have these. This is a reduced set of plans. I've highlighted everything that I've changed on these plans because they do 10 sets, it'll take me 10 years to
All
highlight.
right, so you're not highlighting anything. I don't
No.
feel like it's worth a long
So
one.
Dylan has got those copies.
So he's got, so Dylan has those.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
And this-
Dylan has one for himself.
I'm not highlighting.
That was part of the record.
That's part of the record. You get the big one.
Okay, but you got the full set.
But
So
I do
everything
have it
that
highlighted.
is on that full set.
Do you guys want to look at?
No, I've got mine on. What page was, okay, hang on. Want to make sure we stay with the subject.
You're not, we're not gonna have enough time tonight for you to go through every page and look at it.
No, but is there something that you want?
Well, now, what I want to do is after I go through this one letter, is to kind of just briefly run through here and remind the commission what we've done and changed of significance. So you've got it fresh in your mind, because I know we had our original application, we withdrew it, and then we resubmitted it, and we got another set of comments, and we've been making changes. So I just want to briefly, maybe 5-10 minutes, go through.
So my question to you is, do I need to review this plan or I
No.
should just listen
Just
to your?
listen to me tonight and then take
Okay.
that home and then.
So I am going to take just a second and roll this off, so you have my
If
undivided
you
attention.
would like an electronic copy, Dylan has got.
Yeah, well,
electronic
you're gonna put up what we need on the, over here.
But I promised everybody hard copies, so that's.
I know, and I thank you for that.
So after our last public hearing, I think it was December 15th,
Yeah.
I had not put together anything regarding the section on the engineering comments regarding the stormwater management. So before Christmas, about December 21st, I submitted this to Maureen with copies to Bob and Don. And we subsequently met that week after we got back from the holidays and went through the report. And I don't want to speak for the consultants, but basically we changed everything in the plan that was necessary to change in the plan. The fence area got changed a little bit. We provided some additional information on pipe sizes and stuff. There are a few technical items which basically need to get done in the stormwater management report. But instead of burdening and knowing what needs to be done in the stormwater management report, we would agree as part of condition of approval to supply the town a completed stormwater management plan with all the stuff that Bob has indicated in his report.
But as we change one thing in the plans, we then have to change this thing on storm management. We have to change the model. There's a lot of moving pieces that go on. So I think the easiest way to do it is a condition of approval. And Tim has listed that from the technical standpoint, is to apply the town technical stuff. So briefly, the 25 pages of plans that are in that role. Okay, we have made some following changes. First of all, the name of the project's been changed. So the project is just not say multifamily, but we've got a Berlin Turnpike mixed use development into the title of the sheet. So you can't be confused about what you're approving. We've included everything into the mix on the plan. As I move through the set, you're going to notice the stormwater detention area has been modified slightly based on Bob's comments. They were concerned about the water quality volume and also the volume in the elevation of the detention area. We've gone from a dry basin to a dry and wet basin, which means the upper portion is dry. That will be used for sediment containment in what's called a storm area, and the lower area will contain the water and flow. But that has been modified in the plans. There were some concerns about demonstrating we met the frontage requirement by lopping off that piece that they described. We're going to transfer this property. We want to make sure we have enough sufficient area in front of that. So, and that was Maureen's comment. We've added that to the plans as well. And there was some concern about the traffic counts, making sure all the traffic counts on all the different plans added up. We've got 179, which is the correct number. Our calculations were 173. Maureen wanted to make sure we put that note on the plan that indicated that we fill out provisions for future trailhead parking in case the town ever decides to use this property to the east of the property for hiking trails by Sportsman Park. So instead of leaving it vague that, yeah, we promised to, we've actually put it on the plan on page M1, that we've actually put that on the plan. There was also a comment Bob had on one of the plans about provisions for maybe changing the configuration of building 3 over here. And is concerned about the proximity of this lower floor area with some of the industrial uses. We've added a buffer planting along that area. We are in proximity of both an access road and a water main that the town uses to serve that. I've talked to Jim and we've discussed it with Bob, and he's agreement that, you know, putting that buffer planting will at least solve the issues on the first story and a half. Obviously, when you get to the third story, it's something going to be tall enough that's going to prevent people. And as I said, hopefully they're looking out the vista and they're not looking down when they look out their windows. There were some concerns about the contractor's notes about the proximity of the wetlands. Bob wanted us to provide more documentation for stakeout information and put more information how to stake this out. We've gone one step further and put a note on the plan that indicates that any activity of the wetlands in the permitted upper wetland zone would be staked up by a licensed surveyor. So this prevents the contractor from going out and putting his own stakes, but it will require a surveyor to actually use the plan that's provided to actually stake out the items that need to be done, and it won't be any mistakes claimed at the end. And we've also provided notes on the plan for snowplow removal, how we're going to store, what we're going to use for storage, how we're going to do it. And for larger storms, we'll remove materials from the site, but we consider small storms being able to be handled on site. Larger storms, we're probably going to have to take some material off the site, but we've indicated areas of the plan that we're going to use reserve for snow storage. And if you remember, there was some concern about some speeds through the site. It was Bob's recommendation that we limit the speed limit in front of the buildings at 10 miles an hour. So we've changed our signage requirement to 10 miles an hour. And we've also added speed bumps. So we've added speed bumps along this front also to help calm the traffic down. Wait, what, speed bumps?
Speed bumps along the front of the building area there to help calm traffic.
There was another comment.
They do
Pardon me?
good, they do
Put
good
some on
for
the
front end.
turnpike?
You can't put them on the turnpike. They're trying to scoot you up on the turnpike, so I didn't think. Of course, those big light poles, I think, are coming down the road.
Something to
If
hold on to.
remember, we added a little rotary at the end. We talked about school buses and pickup. And I think a year or two before, I provided enough information, some truck turning radiuses to show that truck turning movement is sufficient for a school bus and a small loading truck to move through the site to pass through. Again, we can't anticipate what the school board's gonna do, but we're anticipating they're gonna allow school buses to come in and we want to make an area so they can turn around. So they don't have to turn around within the parking lot. So that's been added to the plan. Luckily, I like this duplicate. Bob's concerned with the stormwater management information that's provided in the stormwater management report wasn't clearly shown, so we've taken 3 or 4 spots within the plans to physically put the stormwater maintenance schedule on the plans. So things like cleaning catch basins, sedimentation structures, silt fence, all that stuff is clear, is shown on the plans, opposed to just being in a report that nobody will see it once it's completed. Yeah, we got another, the other thing we've done is there was some concern about camera work to check out the original line. There's an original sewer line that runs through the site. And some drainage. What we've added notes on there, it says actual photography and camera work within that line to make sure that it's adequate. We've also added another sedimentation structure. All of our outlet points here were being outletted through a sedimentation structure, the typical Glastonbury type structure. Bob was concerned that we didn't have an outlet structure for this part of the drainage structure, so we got a 4th structure in this location. So we've solved the issue with the sediment control, and he's talked to the Micah Hearns and realized that sedimentation structures are the kind of the standard in town of Berlin these days. I know I'm kind of falling asleep here.
No, don't do that.
We talked about sanitation structure. We did provide the fencing around the entire structure. That was one of the earlier comments. But we have provided structures around here. Plus, we provided a service road, not shown in this plan, but a service gravel driveway that kind of leads itself into the structure in this vicinity. So this is the dry portion that I was talking about, and this is the wet portion. So this will be used as a 4-bay or 7-4-bay, which should aid in the clearing. It will have easy access to the site, and the wet bay will be down in this location. And it's all shown on those plans. There was some concern about the construction inspection report. We have did some work with the Wetlands Commission, but as part of our plan, we've included a sample delineation and report for bi-monthly inspections of sedimentation erosion controls. So every 2 weeks during construction, we will go out, but we will make a report based on the model that we provided. It's on sheet E3 that lists everything from weather to dates to the status of the structures, anything we can find that we've repaired and fixed. We've also dealt with a comment from Bob regarding the silt fence and sedimentation structures along the wetlands areas to the south. He wanted us to back those up with hay bales, and we have noted that on the plan. We've also added a note on the plan for weekly inspections of all the silt fence. You've probably seen silt fence. It looks really nice when it goes up, but after 2 years on the project and it's all laying down and dirty, it doesn't do anything. So we're making sure on our plan that we've dictated that there's responsibility for those, and those we picked up on the inspection report if it's not done, and town staff will know about that immediately.
there were a bunch of details that were requested. Some of the ones we had erroneously put on and needed to be fixed, including the pavement depth and the bituminous curbing. We fixed those. We fixed the handicap ramps. And because we ran out of space, we added page D3 and we put details of our sanitation structure, our splash pads, our dumpster enclosure, which is one of the comments that Don had come up with as part of his comment, but we had closed a concrete pad in these locations and a vinyl fence enclosure with bollards inside, so we didn't destroy the fences. We backed the dumpster running out. We put a detail with the riprap, the speed bump, and also the pavement within the state highway. So we've added a detail on that. Almost done. Sheet DB4, which you want to make note, you want to probably look at, has most of the details on how we modified and improved the sanitation structure, including our typical schematic where we've shown the wet bay, we've shown a pilot trench through the dry well, so the water has a way to flow down into the lower area. And we've also got screening and protection grates on each of the two structures, so we don't have any more sediment and debris potentially blocking those. So that was another comment raised by Bob.
And what page was that?
Those are on DB1 and DB2.
DB?
Yep, data, the detention basin.
Is that what the riprap?
That's the riprap on the detail sheet, B1 or B3. And the rest of the stuff is pretty much just title block and stuff, but I will attract your attention to the comment that Tim raised regarding the building sconces for the lighting. If you remember, when we did the photometric plan, Bob's comment during the meeting was, yeah, we provided enough light along the outside edge, but we really didn't provide sufficient lighting along the sidewalk and the parking area in the front. I talked to our architect Jeff, and he provided some standard light fixtures that could be mounted along the building that would cast light down and would illuminate these areas in front as to not be aesthetically non-pleasing to the building, try to match the style of the building with fixtures. I did not have time to get this on the photometric plan, so I added a note basically indicating the fronts of the building would have downlighting subject to approval by town staff and a revision of the photometric plan. So again, if one of the conditions was made was updated photometrics plan with the additional lighting, we can also do that. We've got no issue. The only thing I forgot
Okay.
was, I think during the first public hearing, somebody mentioned parking for EV.
I did.
Yes. We have not added that on the plan, but we will add it to the plan. Now, if I can play smart ass for a second.
Do.
What? You can't, going on record.
There are
Perish the thought.
supposedly been a state statute that's been approved as of January 1st. You have to have EV. So when I heard your comment, I was trying to get information about how many spaces we would need for EV. And by the time I looked at it, I think it's 2 per building, right? 2 per residence. So we're gonna space these through. So it's again, another condition, we can add these spaces. We've just added these to our, like a project in Simsbury. But that's the reason why they're not on, plus they just forgot about it. But Tim remembered it, so luckily he took good notes. So again, conditions that I hadn't finalized would be the technical details of the drainage report that we go to Bob and part of the condition, the addition of the photometric plan for the lighting sconces that are noted on the plan that you have in front of you, and the addition of the EV parking spaces on the plan, which I want to just make sure I know how many we need to put on. The 6 seems a little light for a total of this project of 179 parking spaces. So we'll find out what's required by state
How many
statute.
portable people can do an EV pack?
Well, if they were an EV, they might as well use the far parking spaces. Yeah, but we gotta figure out how the power is being run and such like that,
How it gets assigned.
and how it gets assigned. So-
Well, I mean, that's really management's problem. I don't want to get involved in it.
So that was my 12 minutes.
Mm.
Tim?
And office sessions will be on the
I
map.
had 2
Yes,
cups of coffee before I came here. so
I'm on
still
that
good.
kick now.
I'd ask Jeff, I think Jeff's online, right? Don't see his name.
Jeff.
Hi, yeah, Jeff Yankee here. I'm here.
Jeff, Dylan, let me just bring up,
Sure.
We'll start with the ABC architectural, so you can review what we've agreed, what we've proposed to improve the existing ABC supply company building.
Sure.
I was under the impression that ABC was not part of this development. That
Well,
was-
it's part of the master plan, and we felt it necessary, everything else is gonna be new construction, that we would improve the structure, the existing structure, by putting a mansard pitched roof on the structure. Well, I'll let Jeff
All right, no,
describe.
that's okay. I got confused. I mean, I'm happy at it. I mean, I'm delighted. So we'll go on. I just was wondering.
Hi, for the record, Jeff Yankee, Yankee Architecture. I have been working on this project with the consultants, owner, developer since I guess 3 meetings ago, maybe. And one of the changes that came down the turnpike for us was to see if we could do something to create a betterment for the appearance of the existing ABC facility. And so basically what we've done, these buildings were built, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, were these buildings built in the 80s, early 80s?
1964.
60s, I'm sorry, yeah, 60s. They're block buildings, basically contractor retail outlet for people in the industry, not for the public per se.
If I could just interrupt for a second, Dylan, if you could just scroll through so they can see, because there are pictures of the existing structure, just so you can get an idea the improvements that we're gonna make. I can show you we can go back to that. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, well, currently the building in the back, if you look at the, it's kind of a salmon-y colored building that you see off in the distance. That's basically as exists. That has a pitched metal roof. And the building, which is closer to the Berlin Turnpike, the one which is at the forefront of the screen or the forefront of the picture, that currently has a flat roof. Our proposal was to, on this lower section at the front of it, which is more of the contractor customer entrance, to build a gable roof over the existing flat roof. And then on the 2 sections that are behind that, we would do something that's more in line with I guess we're calling it a mansard roof, although I feel like it's maybe a little bit different, but the concept is the same. So it's goes back 4 feet and basically matches the pitch of the roof that's already existing on the back building. I did have a conversation with ABC and said, we'd like to use your whatever products you have, it's your building. And they put me in touch with a sales rep for the product that's currently on the building in the back, the salmon colored one. And the cut sheet that you just had up on the screen is the product that they have used, which is called PBR. It's a exposed fastener metal roof product, and that's what we would propose putting on this to match what's there. And then the walls of the building, the plan is to quite simply clean up the existing masonry that's there. It's a CMU block and paint it, and then replace the existing chain link fence that basically is enclosing the yard where the contractors would be coming in to pick up materials, or if they're doing deliveries, their own vehicles are going out. Replace that with a fence that's something similar to what you're seeing here, an aluminum painted or anodized metal fence or powder coated with a gate. Get rid of the busted up chain link fence that's there now currently, and that's basically what we're thinking about doing to this right now to straighten it out and make it have a better curb appeal for the development.
Thanks, Jeff. Bill, I'd like to just submit, I thought these pictures of the existing ABC supply building were part of the architectural renderings, but they weren't. My mistake. I just want to show,
Probably my mistake. I'm sorry, Tim.
that's it. I just want to show you what the difference between the existing structure and what we're proposing, how we're dressing it up. Yeah.
All right.
So, so the existing structure is gonna be just like, spruced up, is it gonna be cleaned and painted, or what's,
Yes, we're gonna,
is
show
that
you-
siding on the?
I can show you that, that's just painted.
It's just painted,
Yeah.
okay.
This is an old structure. It's
Yeah.
likely that this building will be demolished at some point. It's not the highest and best use of the property. So, this is just doing the mansard roof. And Jeff, I was looking for these pictures. Did you describe the fencing as well?
I did, yeah.
Much better, fencing that exists now. You can see we've opened up the windows. The windows they're painted now, the existing structure. So we're really trying to dress this up.
Yeah.
But, we can't put a lot of money into this building. We're trying to dress it up and make it,
Yeah,
with the existing structure, with the proposal.
Yeah.
But we really, it's likely that this site will be redeveloped at some point. We'll come back in with a site plan for a new building. But right now, there's an existing tenant, and we can't do too much with it because we can't interfere with our existing tenant.
Is there a metal roof on it now?
There's a flat roof on it now.
Oh,
And we're proposing this pitched mansard roof.
One other thing I would add to it, which I missed, but the image that is currently up shows what I guess we're calling the customer entrance. So we're also putting a canopy, if you will, over that, which would be the same metal roofing material that we're using on the other building, and just a simple metal frame with a shed roof and a rain gutter and some lights on the side to try to help define an entrance and clean it up, make it a little more user friendly, and I think have a better appearance for the new neighborhood.
Just pull up there was also the architecturals for the sconces, for the lighting.
Yeah. So Bart had mentioned, as he had earlier, and so in the interest of brevity, I won't repeat what he said, but we provided we selected a fixture that I think is going to provide enough lumens for the coverage that is being looked for. It's an LED bulbed fixture. It actually could be dimmable, although I don't know if it ever would be. It is on a, sorry, it's late here. It's on a switch for when it becomes dark or light. I think that the temperature of the bulb is appropriate. It's not a super cold bulb. It's fairly warm. And I think we've hit the areas on the building that need that extra lighting. So if you scroll down a couple more, I just took the plans and highlighted the areas. If you go up one more, I'm sorry. Yeah. And actually, for the most part, the first floor plan, at least in form, on all three of the buildings is virtually the same. So these tuck in these vestibule areas. That's not an exact location, but it would provide some light in that area and also some additional light out on the sidewalk area. Tried to be careful to not overlight so that we're shining into somebody's bedroom at night or early in the morning. So these are all backed up against living spaces. And you know, I think we would do any further coordination that's required with Bart to make sure that, you know, when he updates the photometric plan, that we're covering things, but also at the same time not overlighting it against the building, because there are people trying to live there.
We would have no problem, as Jeff said, with a condition that if Bob Barnashki thinks that, you know, a different type of light is necessary, this is our proposal, but a condition to be coincide with whatever staff deems necessary. Go ahead.
Yeah, and just to further clarify, we didn't add these onto the building elevations, but certainly if you wanted to see it incorporated onto that, we could provide that. But this would typically be on, you know, somewhere maybe around 8 feet or so above the finished grade along the first floor areas.
And finally, I just wanted to go over the traffic and Mark Bertucci's on as well. Mark, I don't know if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mark did make it, as we stated in an earlier public hearing, Mark has made the initial submission to the OSTA for traffic. And we got the results back. Mark, why don't you go over that real quick then?
Yeah, so for the record, Mark Bertucci, Senior Transportation Engineer at Fuss & O'Neill, 146 Hartford Road in Manchester. We had submitted to the State Traffic Administration for an administrative decision review. The state did look at our traffic study and the site plans, and they did concur with the recommendations to install the bus turnoff on the southbound lane of the turnpike, as well as a right turn lane, deceleration lane, and a short acceleration lane coming southbound from the driveway. So as a result of those improvements on the turnpike, it basically triggers a full major traffic generator certificate application, since we're doing roadway work on a state facility. So it's a 3-step process, and we're in the process of going through that now. Step 1, the traffic volumes have been approved, and we're on to step 2. So it's you know, something that the state's looking at, but they have concurred with the recommendations of our study, and we're moving forward with design on those.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. As indicated earlier, we have had many meetings with town staff and its consultants to address the concerns and comments with the proposed development. Both Don and Bob are on tonight, so I don't know whether Bob on?
I don't know, iPhone's on.
There's Don.
I need to wake up Bob. Bob, wake up. Bob, is that you with the iPhone? Going once?
Could be.
Well, anyways,
Well, anyway,
I want to hear what Don has to say, 'cause we've had many
Okay.
conversations with Don.
all right, let's hear what Don has to say now.
Sorry, I had to find unmute. I really have no further comments at this point. They've addressed all the concerns I raised in the in my report and over time. And I think their efforts, they're making a good faith effort on the design improvements to the building out front. So from the planning side of things, I'm content at this point in time unless the commission has questions for me.
Anyone from the commission have any questions? Mr. Paul, Dr. Paul? No? Okay. No, I think we're good. All right, that's concludes your.
Pretty much, I just, in conclusion, we want to thank the commission. It's been a long process. It's been more than a year, two applications, actually 6 applications, 3 and then 4. But the application submits that the proposed development meets the eligibility criteria of the BTD zone, which is section 8H3. It also meets the dimensional standards of 8H5, meets the parking requirements of 8H7, the affordability guidelines of 8H8. It meets the BTD zone criteria for approval under 8H10. It meets the special permit standards for approval under 12D, and it meets the site plan standards for approval under 13A9. Other than that, I have nothing further for the commission. We'll entertain any questions, any more questions, but we think we've answered all the questions and comments and concerns of the commission. Anything that we think is out there lingering, we've tried to identify everything that would be conditions of approval. If there's anything else that I know Bob's not on right now, but if there's something that Bob, we believe we've satisfied Bob. But if there's something that needs to be recited in an additional condition, we have no problem with that.
Okay. All right, terrific. Thank you. Commission, any questions? Before I go to the public to see if there's anyone. I'm looking forward to actually looking over all the good stuff. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address the commission regarding this application? Yes, I see it. Jacob.
Just very excited that they've decided to make some improvements to ABC Supply as part of the proposal. I think that's.
And for the record.
Oh, Chris Hedge, sorry. With the huge investment they're making in the rear of the property, I think it's great that they're going to dress up the front because it definitely is feeling a little tired. So nice little improvements, great. I appreciate the developer and the team coming in with that. I think that's an important piece of the puzzle because the better it looks from the road, the better everybody's going to look at the overall project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, commission questions? We're still in public hearing. I haven't had a chance to look at the render, the architecturals on this, but I'm sure that. Well, yeah, I know we have to close tonight, so I mean, I'm sure that they can work with staff.
Yes.
Okay.
And I will be working with Don and Bob and Maureen
Okay,
and Dylan to develop a comprehensive set of conditions.
But you know how fussy I am with architecturals and plantings and all sorts of good things, right? So,
Well, the architecturals haven't changed from the previous submission. We've had those for the entire length of the process.
I know, but
The
I
only
wanna
new
look at that.
architecturals for ABC Supply.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just gonna look at the whole thing, but I guess what I'm saying is that we have to close the public hearing tonight, but I'm just saying, I don't think you guys have a problem with working with staff.
No,
As
absolutely.
it should come, so I'm just saying for the record, okay, so. With that,
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
okay, we have a motion to close by Mr. Sigma, we have a second by Ms. Dorsey for the discussion, and all those in favor? Aye, okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
No problem. Thank you for spending your evening again with us. And yet we have more people who are just, okay. Item C, special permit use application of Linda. Okay, for an accessory dwelling unit at 5 Huckleberry Lane in the R15 zone. Okay. No problem. Now, will the applicant be addressing us or will Mr. Dillon here be addressing us regarding this application? And Mr. Dillon is,
Second.
we do have pretty pictures here. Yeah, and you're applying for an accessory dwelling unit.
Yes.
Okay. And is this gonna be a conversion of your, come on over, let's
Sure.
talk. Is this gonna be a conversion of an existing room? Or are you adding something onto your house or?
No, it's, I'm hoping to use some of the space in my currently unfinished basement.
Okay.
And it will be all internal conversion only. The main goal is to use it for my elderly mother who would like her own space, but she's at the point where she really is not able to be on her own. And so we really would like to keep her at home as long as possible.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, and hopefully she'll be with us for many years, but because the cost is substantial, I'm hoping then in the future, if I need to rent it out.
Okay. All right, I'm trying to see, so.
It's a very lovely space. I know this has nothing to do with measurements, but it's actually a very peaceful, sunny, lovely space. It overlooks a pond. There's some fruit trees, so we really want to utilize the spaces as best as we can for family members, and then in the future, wherever that leads.
So,
I'm
so
sorry.
the plan that we have here, this, I'm not seeing, okay, I'm not sure what we call it, but I have a plan that has sort of the pictures of a living room, the utilities, the bedroom, the kitchen, laundry, bathroom. This is all gonna happen on the basement floor?
Well, the utility room is already there, yes, and that is, so the remaining unfinished basement will be the accessory dwelling. We can put up the larger plan if you'd like.
Yeah, so this accessory dwelling is going to be only accessible through the stairwell in the house?
No, there is a stairwell, which does go down into the basement, it's existing, and there's a door where you see foyer, there's an existing door right there.
And that goes outside?
Yes, and then the architect put egress windows.
Okay.
On the remaining windows are egress windows.
Walkout basement? It's a walkout basement?
Yes. Oh, and, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Hi,
Yeah,
I'm
just your name
Hi,
and
I'm Ray
address.
Baldwin. I'm the owner of Versatile Home Restoration. I've been building for 42 years.
Okay.
Linda's friends of ours, and I was looking at the blueprints. I noticed that the engineer wrote 702 square feet on there. Obviously, the exception is that we only can go 702, and it's 768. We were asking if we could, because it's open, if we could continue doing it the way it is.
Okay, so you're saying that the maximum it can be, or is that what, okay,
So-
Dylan, I'll ask.
So the regulations state that an ADU is only allowed to be between 400 square feet and 700 square feet. In the architect's notes on the plan that I have, the note section is actually cut off on the plans that are in the packet. It indicates that it's 702 square feet. However, after speaking with Ray, we realized that the architect didn't include the bathroom in the square footage. So with measuring what's there, it does look like it's 768 square feet, which would be 68 square feet over. However, Ray and myself, we did discuss removing items from the floor plan to make the ADU conforming.
Yeah, they bring it back into the box.
The gentleman, when it, didn't count that. Just gotta enlarge it a little bit.
Okay. So where are we gonna cut to find that?
But we were gonna see if we could, I don't know, go
Yeah.
with what's there, but we can do a little bit of cutting.
From the bedroom, you look to the right, we were going to, the architect actually said this was a good sized foyer, so we were thinking, and we just found this out, we just
Yeah,
found out.
no, I understand.
Yeah, so we're going to take square footage from the right of the bedroom wall, which is actually probably a
A
good
closet.
idea. Yeah, it was a closet, but it's an outside wall. So it probably is a good idea not to, I mean, to close it off anyway. I'm thinking it may be a little cold, but. So we were thinking cutting some square footage off there, and then there's
Beneath the stairs.
a closet we were going to just close off.
Commission questions?
Yes, so I was reading your narrative and I understand cost these days and how that can be difficult. But what I was reading, it says, in order to help me meet my increasing home costs, I will consider renting this space out until the time that my mother needs it, which
Right.
makes it sound like it's not, it's intended to be a rental unit.
Well, I don't want to leave it empty. She will be 91 on Monday, so I don't expect. Yeah, thank you. I know we feel very blessed. My primary goal is not for rental, but because it will be costing me quite a bit to, for mom to be there for a long time, hopefully. Yeah, that wording probably wasn't the best, but it's primarily for family. I mean, if mom doesn't need it for another year, I don't want to leave it empty for a year. She is currently with my sister. However, my sister who lives in Berlin is in a split level. So we're finding she's not able to handle those stairs too well anymore. But, yeah.
Okay, yes,
So-
Dylan.
I do want to include, so in my staff report, I included an excerpt from the regulations for ADUs in terms of renting the accessory dwelling unit. The occupancy of the accessory dwelling unit shall not exceed 2 persons and shall be limited to persons of at least 55 years of age. And this age restriction shall be waived if the owner files a covenant in the land records which states that the accessory unit shall not be rented at a cost which exceeds 30% of 80% of the area median income for a 2-person family as determined by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And the cost of housing shall be determined in accordance with section 5A9. So with that being said, it doesn't, the person renting it doesn't necessarily have to be, it's not restricted to a family member.
Right.
It's just saying the person who does rent it, it's restricted to 55 and older unless a covenant is filed on the land records.
And the maximum number of people would be
Be
2.
2, correct.
So even though it would be for family, really legally, it can be rented out if at the time the homeowner feels that that's what they need to do.
And there'll be separate meters for water or electricity or.
Well, I think I should let Ray.
Yeah,
answer.
I have an electrician involved,
Yeah.
and
Could you just go to microphones?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
we have an electrician involved. He's gonna come in, he's gonna inspect the building to see what needs to be done to make it legal. We're gonna go by codes. And there's a box downstairs that needs to be turned around because it's facing the room. So
Yeah.
he's gonna change that around. He's gonna add all the wires where it needs to be added. He's gonna change all the lighting system. The bathroom's gonna get GFIs.
Well, I mean, but as far as a meter box for electricity, will it be a separate
Would it, is it gonna be a separate bill for the main house and a separate bill for
That's
the
up to,
accessory?
that's up
Yeah,
to,
I think whatever's more cost efficient,
whatever.
probably, I don't know what would be the best.
Well, what would make it legal?
You know,
What is
whatever-
right to make it legal? That's what we're
Well,
looking for.
I was just
I
thinking
haven't
that, you know,
seen
I knew your
anything
mom
myself.
is planning to be there, but
Right.
we in planning have to think
Of
what's gonna
course.
happen beyond
Right.
that.
Yeah, of course.
So if you get a couple that's in their early sixties and the kids have left, they just wanna stay in Berlin. Would it have to be a separate meter?
I
so
would
they-
think it's better to, I myself think it's better to have a separate, but,
I don't know.
yeah.
So there is a condition in the regulations
Okay.
that state when an ADU comes to be, there has to be a yearly check-in
Yes.
essentially. So the property owner every year has to confirm that the ADU exists. And once the ADU is no longer needed, then
Well, it still remains an ADU, I think, but I have to confirm with the town that I still live there.
correct.
Or
Right.
you live there and that
Correct.
people are 55 and older.
Right,
Okay.
if it's rented out,
Yes,
that's right.
if it's rented.
If
There-
it's rented
There,
out.
there does have to be confirmation that the ADU is in use. So that way we can confirm it still complies with Berlin zoning regulations.
Okay. Any other questions?
I personally, I think, this, should 68-foot waiver. It's, I think it's foolish to, shape of the basement, basically.
Well, yeah, because your house
Yeah.
exists,
That's
so.
an existing structure, and all you're gonna do is basically spin this wall and you're gonna have a
That's
utility
right.
room here,
Right.
right?
Yeah, that's right.
And all you're gonna say is this is utility room, this is utility room, right? The square footage is still gonna be there.
Right, well, yeah, no, I agree with
Yeah.
what you're saying, and I wasn't, I was thinking
Right.
through that because I think maybe it becomes, you know, you have to do a waiver, that's for sure, but I think if it wasn't added on to the structure, that would be different. We'd have to hold it to the 700 limit.
Yes.
But seeing that the footprint is already there, I'm not sure what sense it makes to chase them to cut off an area that they could actually just cut a hole in it and say, okay, you got a closet. You know, after, you know what I'm trying to say? It's like, no, the space is already there.
The
No.
utility room is 21 feet long, so we have plenty of room in the basement to put other things, you know, if they want to put other furnaces or change your heater waters and all that, it's huge. It's 21 by 12, so she still has a lot of spare room in there.
That's a big use.
So, and it makes no sense to lose a closet.
Well, no, I understand that, and that's what we're trying to help you with, is that
Thank
you
you.
didn't have to go all the way down to the 700 is required. What's the, any other questions from the commission, or we're in a public hearing, so if there's anyone on here who wants to chime in, you can. But
I think,
what do you think?
I think that if we approve a waiver for the 68 feet, that we should ask after the applicant
I
to
don't know, do they need a variance?
request the
Well,
variance.
so I have to say to you, it does need a variance
Right.
because you don't have, unless you have something specific in the regs, which I do not believe that you do. In this circumstance, this is not something that you can do. And in terms, they have to comply, otherwise they have to seek the variance.
So they have to seek the variance. So they gotta write and say we're seeking the variance, and then we can approve the variance. or
And,
not.
and then you can approve the application once they have the variance.
How could you folks help me? Because I really would like to get the project started, but I do want to do everything by the book. Would it be acceptable if we
Right off
cut,
this request.
could we cut down one of the rooms? Would that be acceptable?
You don't want to go, you have to go through the ZBA process, is essentially what you're saying. You don't have to take the time to do that.
Could you,
They don't have the ability, the commission does not have the ability to vary this particular zoning regulation. There's no provision that gives them the discretion to be able to reduce that square footage requirement for you. So you would have to go to the zoning board of appeals. So that's a separate application process. They do meet the last Tuesday or the fourth Tuesday of the month.
Fourth Tuesday of the month.
So you could get in for February.
Okay. Okay, and so I would apply for variance.
You would apply for a variance
For 68 feet there.
for 68 feet
Okay.
to be able to have the 760.
Okay, so I shouldn't have the architect alter anything, just submit this
You
with
can
the
go with that.
application.
Yeah, go with that.
Okay.
I think that would be the best thing to do, because why lose that room?
Yeah, that's what they want.
It makes no sense.
It
Hey.
doesn't make sense to make another utility.
Right.
When you got a giant one already.
It's only 68 square feet, and what's 68 square
I don't,
feet?
the notice would have already been published, it already went to the newspaper, so she can't make this month's meeting, but she would make February.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's probably your best course of action.
Okay. Is there anything that you think I need to do further to prepare for the application for the variance?
Well,
Or
they-
anything I should
They
include?
can't
just-
answer that question, but staff could talk to you
If-
about what the legal requirements are to obtain the variance.
If you come in tomorrow, we'll help you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now,
Yeah, tomorrow
is
we're
it,
open till
is it
1.
possible to file for a permit now, or no?
No, you can't. You can't get some zoning sign off on a building permit.
You can get ZBA approval, the variance, and then come back to us with our first meeting in February, right?
Well,
Yeah,
no, well,
If they hit it on
it would be your
four-
first meeting in March, or depending on when the date.
Well, the
Yeah, I think it would be
ZBA
your
goes fourth week this month.
Yeah, but I
He
think
he
we're-
cannot
Can't get on that
go,
one.
no, because it's a public
The
hearing and it
notice.
has to publish twice.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 to 15
So
days and not less
February.
than 2.
February ZBA meeting, the fourth week in February for ZBA, and our first meeting in March. So you would have the final approval in March if that goes that way.
And that's March 2nd.
March 2nd is our meeting, yeah. So the latest day would be March 2nd for our meeting. If
Okay.
that timeframe works for you, I mean, that, I'm just trying to help you along.
The
Fourth
ZBA meets
Tuesday.
The fourth Tuesday of the month.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, yeah, that would be the 24th. I was hoping they met the 31st. They would be able to make it, but they're meeting the 24th.
So their office closes early on Friday. Tomorrow is
Correct. So our office closes at 1 o'clock.
1 PM.
Okay, so do we, I think.
I think that, let's talk.
We could prove it at 700 tonight, then they come back.
No,
with
because you
600.
can't condition it. You're not supposed to. Well, I don't know that you can continue it.
I think.
I mean, you can go to-
But if we deny without prejudice, they don't have to reapply. I mean, they don't have to pay again.
Oh, that'd be good.
Well,
Thank you.
so are you, because the public hearing was open today,
Hold on.
do you have, so you have 35 days to keep the public
Well,
hearing?
that's the issue, but she can agree to extend that timeframe.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna go beyond, she's gonna go beyond that to get herself to March 2nd. So, yeah, so she has extension time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, why-
Yeah.
then we'll do it that way.
We just need you
We'll
to,
move to continue till the March meeting.
but we need you to use some of your extension time. So if you grant us time to extend this public hearing until March 2nd, we just need you to say it.
And I should say yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Write something down on a line piece of paper, give them a line piece of paper, saying you want to go.
They want to go to the first meeting in March. Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right, so that's what we'll do, and then you call him tomorrow, and he'll get you started with the process and get you on the agenda.
All right, so I'll make a motion to continue until March 2nd.
And you live next door to Gary
We have a
Ricker right
second on
now?
that, any further discussion?
No, I live in Salino.
Oh, where's Jack?
I don't know, it's not, but I told him.
Gary Rydell.
Oh, really? Oh,
Okay.
Maybe it's third house.
We're trying, okay, we're gonna, while they're filling in the paperwork, we're gonna go ahead with the proposed amendment for George Keach. George Keach?
Yes.
Okay, veterinary, all right, so it's VMD to the Berlin zoning regulations to amend section 6B2I of the Berlin zoning regulations, veterinary offices without penalty for the purpose of board. And then also underneath it, we have a special permit for you as well. So do we want to move to combine or keep it separate? We're going to combine both issues for you, D and E. Okay, Mr. Zigmont has the motion. The second, I'm going to give to Mr. Rogan. Okay. And, all right, so further discussion on that? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed, so moved. Okay. All right, so we have that combined. And thank you for your patience. I'm sorry, we normally do not go this long. Unfortunately, I probably, no, the last 4 meetings.
Yeah,
we
we
did
have.
not.
Last 4 meetings we have.
Yeah, no, honestly, while they're setting up here, I just want to make a footnote that I was looking at some of the meetings back in 1991 when I first joined the commission as an alternate. And I couldn't believe my name was there. But the amazing thing about it was the meeting started at 7:30.
Thank you, everyone.
And it was back out at 8:32 in the evening. We literally only had 2 things to talk about. Tim, you remember those days? 1991, Tim. We always wondered.
That's a long time.
Yes. Well, no, you weren't on the commission that time. Tim came on and I came on as an alternate. Then you came on. All right. I was an alternate. And then you got seated. Okay.
That's my fault.
What?
The busyness.
The what?
Busyness is my fault.
Oh, the business. No, what?
I keep upsetting the apple cart and adding these stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you. Just don't make them a year and a half long.
I'm sorry. All right.
Thank you for
So
the
Linda will see you
business.
soon.
Not a year and a half
Little
long.
ones that just, the hole where the mouth is, just never seems to have enough.
I never stopped talking, laughing. Okay, let's go.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
George Keach, veterinarian and owner of Compassionate Care Veterinary Hospital. I'm here tonight to request a variance that I may move my existing practice from 1088 Berlin Turnpike to 196 Berlin Turnpike, Unit 3, with the express purpose of allowing me to grow the business. My current situation is that I have a practice at 1,800 square feet. The new facility will be just shy of 3,000, I believe, 2,094 square feet. In the 4 years that I've been at 1088 Berlin Turnpike, I have doubled the size of the practice and am now in a position to add another veterinarian and add additional staff. Which requires a larger space. The building is going to be somewhat similar. Currently there's a Dunkin' Donuts, so restaurant type thing, and in the new place there's going to be Fresh Monkey and I believe some other places. The next door neighbor will be Sherwin-Williams, the paint store. Some of we have fairly normal hours, business hours, Monday to Friday, 7:30, 8 to 5, 6 p.m. With rare evenings that we may be there till 7 or so. We do have a staff lunch period, so there will be lulls in traffic, usually between 2 and 4. Saturdays, right now we're operating at 8:30 to 1 p.m. It's every other Saturday while I'm by myself. I go to every Saturday once I have 2 veterinarians. There will never be overnight patients. That's one of the creeds that I learned as a veterinarian, that I'll never leave a patient in the hospital unattended. And so and no evening per se emergency. services. Currently, well, there's myself, with the labor shortage, I actually only have 4 veterinary technicians now, but would love to have 5. But would like to add an additional veterinarian, and for that veterinarian, usually you need to add 2 to 3 additional technicians. Parking will be provided for us in the rear of the building. Client parking in front, we'll probably have 5 to 7 spaces needed, because that's probably the number of transactions that we have in an hour. And probably 30 to 40 per day. As far as being a tenant, our intentions are to have soundproofing that not only goes to the ceiling there, but all the way to the structural ceiling to separate us out from the 2 adjacent things. As far as waste, we probably produce 2 to 4 bags of 35-gallon trash a day. And that's it. It's not very much. Any of our medical waste is removed via specialty contracts. So none of that will be going into the general waste. We do have currently at 1088 a dog waste station with bags and waste disposal. And to date, I've not had any complaints from any of the other tenants about the existence of people not cleaning up after themselves. And I do also have staff that go out and will pick stuff up if there are situations. There's not going to be any specialty utilities needed. We do have radiology there now with the advent of digital radiography. The state no longer even requires leaded walls, leaded doors anymore. That was it. Questions?
What is the dog walk?
Excuse me?
There's a dog walk that's indicated. What is that?
The dog walk, so it'll be a location that we've identified out in front of the building that has like a little grassy area that dogs can relieve themselves, but there'll be a station there. And that's been already discussed with the landlord, and they're in agreement with that.
Is that in the picture?
Yes, on the left-hand side. This is the existing one. And we keep that stocked with trash, with waste bags.
Okay, questions from the commission? Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
Just clarification, the soundproofing is gonna go, I didn't catch it all.
Is going to go all the way to the structural ceiling.
Okay.
So not to the 8 or 10 feet of our regular ceiling. It's going to go all the way up.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the only questions that I have is that, I do love dogs. So I don't currently have one, but I do remember, I know, well, life changes and I just don't want to get a dog until I can have the time for a dog, given the attention it needs. But be that as it may, I do remember going to the veterinarian, unfortunately with him, I don't know how to say this, but this is my concern, is that you do have, I think it's one of the businesses, isn't it a restaurant? Well, we have Fresh Monkey and Lou and Lowe's, isn't that a restaurant?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So my dog had a habit every time, no matter what I did, every time he got out of the car, the minute he'd do is all of his business. Because he got to the veterinarian, I don't know if he was scared or nervous or whatever, but he does his business. And I know that in your old place, you said that people were out there picking it up and stuff, but I'm just thinking your old place was an independent building.
No, I was within a strip.
You were in a strip
also.
too?
Yes.
Right next to Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, okay. I just, and my whole thing is, I'm coming out and having my burger or something. I don't want to That's where my concern is.
Okay.
Is that it smell or whatever would not permeate to those businesses. I mean, Sherwood Williams, okay, it's a paint store, but with the restaurant proximity.
Yeah, I mean, personal experience, I mean, I've not experienced there. Most of the times it's when they come in the door that they're doing those things, but I'm proud to say that most of my patients actually come running into the door
Well, they're happy.
happy. I am not above food bribery when it comes to my patients.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. And honestly, I mean, no slight against the dog business, but it is a concern of mine. But anyway, okay. And will the soundproofing be on the walls as well? I know you said it's going up to the ceiling.
It's
but-
going, yes, on the exterior walls.
Yeah.
Between businesses, so there'll be soundproofing that will go. So my understanding is that they're using special baffling in the walls and then 2 layers of sheet rock and that will go all the way to the structural ceiling. So it'll be in the space above even our working area.
Okay, and I do see earmarked on the floor plan that you have kennels designated here.
Yes, that's to house the dogs while they're there for surgery.
Okay, for surgery, but they go home after that.
That is
for
correct.
surgery.
There'll never be any animals in the hospital when we're closed.
Okay, so in the event that something happens with an animal and it accelerates the surgery or whatever, then would they then go to another facility?
Yes, I work with both Piper Memorial, which is in Middletown, and veterinary specialists. And then also Central Animal.
Do you have to call the doggy ambulance to come pick them up?
No, there's been rare occasions I've actually taken them.
Oh, okay, well, actually, that's not
Oh.
doggy ambulance. But it's the hours late.
Sounds like a Karen
All right.
veterinarian.
Thank you.
Anyway, okay, anyone here who wants to address it, we have questions? Okay, yes, Mr. Edge, well, and then we'll go to June.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So where's the strip that they use outdoors if they need to?
Oh, you'd have to use the microphone if you're gonna answer, I'm sorry. It's just that we need a public record. Oh my goodness, it's
The reason I'm asking is Lou and Mo's has an outdoor eating area. And so if we're using this strip that's in visual access to Mo's here and.
I believe we would be using right here.
Yeah, I'm Jackie Greer. I'm his real estate agent. And I've never, I've never had an issue with seeing any dog droppings or anything at his current location either. But the 2 areas that we selected, one is in front of Sherwin-Williams and the other one is towards the Berlin Turnpike. So we want to discuss it with the landlord to see what he prefers. But they're not going to be near any of the places. And Berkshire Hathaway is on the other side.
So you're not saying the strip right here that's nice and grassy?
Yeah, that might be, that's one of the options. And then the other ones, this is right on the Berlin Turnpike.
Okay, yeah, no, the reason I was asking is Louis Mo's has an outdoor eating area right there, just a short distance from that grassy area.
Yeah.
So you were concerned about the food too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've had several dogs, I have cats. Not everyone is a cat or dog lover, and coming for meals, you wouldn't want to sit and visualize that as you're trying to eat in the summer, because I've eaten out there many times. So it's just a concern.
No, it's available. Blah, 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 okay. Any other questions? Any comments from staff before I turn over to Mr.? No? Okay, Mr. Ed.
Sure. Actually, yes, they're going to be immediately between Sherwin-Williams and Berkshire Hathaway. And actually, one of the big concerns I had as well was the other tenants. And so actually, I have emails from a couple different tenants. This is from Michael Tracy, Berkshire Hathaway. I'm reaching out to share with you my support for the veterinary facility is looking to move into our complex on Turnpike Ridge. Our company is working out of our new space in Turnpike Ridge since February. When I say this location was terrific for us, I could not be more forthright. The office is well supported by the community. It's very clear moving to Berlin was a very good decision. We created relationships with our tenants in the complex, and all the businesses here have been supported by each other. We're very excited to welcome a new business in the form of a veterinary facility. Hope this letter of support is helpful for you. Thank you, Mike Tracy. The next is actually from Maureen Lewin-Mose. Chris, got your message earlier. Honestly, a vet is a good idea. Lots of people have animals. No more traffic, the more people visiting the plaza. For the reason, the better. Last is from Tony Taylor, General Manager of Fresh Monkey. I support the vet coming to the plaza. Also, let me know when the zoning meeting is. I will try to attend, and she wasn't able to. And also want to let you know, Economic Development Commission had voted unanimously for the text amendment to add a veterinarian. As we all know, this has been a challenging zone. We've had to add a lot of uses because not a lot were there, but I think this is tremendous. And then unanimous on the compassionate care veterinary to move. I'm very excited because it's an expansion, which is great, staying in town. And the good thing too is the landlord is very behind it. As we know, John Rossetti's made a large investment and he's excited about this because he's also looking for a diversity of tenants. So it's really been a pleasure to work with everyone here, and I'm excited to work with them and hope this commission will agree it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the commission? Because there's still one vacant, right, next to him?
Yes, I believe there's one vacant would be between he and the Berkshire Hathaway. There's one small space that's vacant.
Oh, that's.
And I think they're talking to somebody, but I don't have any details on who. But they have been pretty active talking to somebody.
Good job. Dylan, as staff, do you have any comments or concerns?
I unfortunately, I wasn't able to create a staff report. Maureen typically would have something drafted by now, but
We have to wait for Maureen to. Or could you continue upon for final review? Or
I think that that's also fine. Yeah, because if she had a particular concern, what are your thoughts on that, Dylan, about something of this nature? She could bring it back to you.
yeah, I haven't heard any concern from her myself in just talking about upcoming applications. I haven't heard any particular concerns about this application or text amendment. My professional and personal opinion, I don't have any concerns about the use in this zone.
Yeah, and both Dylan and I have been in touch with Maureen both by email and text message over the last couple of days. If there was a concern, she would have expressed it. That is without a doubt, because we have gotten questions and things on other applications before the board. So if there was a concern, I'm sure we would have seen it by now from her.
So what should we, for us to make a motion with a little caveat, just to cover?
Just you could put subject to the town planner's review for any conditions of approval that she feels are necessary.
All right, well, Ms.
She'll be back next week.
We do have to close the public hearing first, so. All right. Ms. Joyce.
I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Zigma. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so moved. All right, going on to the old business, which will be very quick. The site plan for Chamberlain Highway, that's been, that's
I'll make
continued.
the motion.
We need to- I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Rogan, second by Diane Jorsey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Okay, we have the application for the 554 Berlin Turnpike. which is
Motion to
also-
continue.
Okay, Ms. Jorsey, Mr. Rogan. Further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. All right, special site, special permit application for Linda.
Motion to continue.
Motion to continue by
This
Ms.
is March
Jorsey.
2nd.
No, that's March 2nd.
March 2nd.
The first two for the record are to January 9th, and this last one is March 2nd, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Second was on there? Who had the second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Miller. Further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Proposed amendment for George Keach, VMD for the Berlin zoning regulations to amend, and we're combining D and E on this one. So we have a proposed amendment, we have a special permit site plan amendment. Okay. And what's the flavor of the commission on this?
I will make a motion to approve, subject to the applicant working with staff. If there are concerns that have gone unaddressed.
Okay, motion by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Okay, thank you, Nikki. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we're not done yet. We have a couple quick little items. Back up. We have commission business and I believe that Dylan, the town council wants to have a meeting with us regarding.
On cannabis.
Yes, okay. But the dates are suggested.
There are 3 dates, I believe, Wednesday, the 25th of January, and then the 30th and 31st, I believe, or 2 other dates.
I cannot do the 25th because I just have an obligation for the Wednesday meeting. But the other 2, I think I'm good with. No, I mean, well, no.
I'll be out of.
This is a joint meeting with the town council. I'll be out of town. You're leaving?
January, right?
Yes.
Can you light up during the meeting?
Oh, that's right. She's going abroad for Wednesday. Yeah, so Wednesday the 25th.
Actually, I stopped at Atlantis.
That I know.
Christie actually told me if I could bring it back in a roast today.
So.
I mean, could I have an alternate?
It was kind of like, really?
No. No, because if, we would pick you up.
Quorum is
A
fine.
quorum is fine, and you can review the recording, and you can certainly, convey to staff, provide your thoughts with regard. This- No, we do everything, hybrid.
Okay.
We're doing everything.
No problem.
I'll be flying on the 30th.
We probably should have.
Obviously.
They tell you to put it on.
It'll be all things.
So again, the purpose of it is to have a combined discussion with the town council members about the potential uses that might be allowed.
So we're doing the 31st?
I got a Jennifer. I might as well hang up for a couple of
Is that everyone saying Tuesday the 31st?
Anything else for me?
Oh. Someone on my calendar.
So yes, put it tentatively on your calendars, and we have to clear it.
And that would be at like 6 o'clock, approximately. I'm just looking for joint meeting.
We may actually do a town council ordinance committee meeting beforehand, so it may not be till 7. We may do the ordinance committee at 6, and then we're trying to piggyback the two.
To be determined, to be announced.
So the 31st is the best for everyone that's here. Okay.
Do you need to make a motion for that or no?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just scheduling the call.
Okay.
All right, so that was that. And planner comments, none. And then I guess we move on to adjournment.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
All right, Mr. Rogan, Ms. Dorsey, further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Record is 11:46.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love